Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone present. Am I audible? Am I visible?
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you,
Yes, you are
Jabu.
audible and you are visible, Chair.
And I'm smiling.
And you are smiling in your nice jacket.
Good morning, honorable members, on this wonderful Friday. The agenda has been flighted, and we are going to have our meeting today and deal with consideration of report this morning. We will be later joined by the department as well, pertaining to the third quarter performance report. We will have deliberations. We have received all our information pertaining to this. And may I just ask honorable members, is there any person who would like to propose that we start the meeting with the agenda in front of us?
Yes, Chair Eugene Mtetwa. I propose the adoption of the agenda as it is. Thanks.
Thank you so much, honorable member. Any seconder?
Honorable Molotsane, I second the proposal of Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you so much. Is my video on? Oh, it's on.
Yes,
Thank you
Chair.
so much.
Yes.
Honorable members, I want to start the meeting and make the following comments pertaining to the agenda, and perhaps that will also guide us to make a decision pertaining to some of the issues that I may mention. Firstly, I have seen an issue on the agenda pertaining to, let me just see, is the South Africa participation at the 2025 Havana Book Fair on Cuba. This form also part of our report today. So I'm just mentioning it if there's any members who would like to, in my opening remarks, have a respond to that. Then there's another issue pertaining to a briefing to the Portfolio Committee on the Employment Equity Act in the department. I must stress and say that Honorable Molotsane and Honorable Khabo was very, very serious about this matter. After this issue was raised, we have decided to have this document in front of us pertaining to the equity. But here is my challenge and my problem. In terms of what has been presented to us, I don't see any target setting, and I also don't see any measurement to the act pertaining to the Employment Equity Act. And I'm not too sure how was this been done, and also does it speak to the act. So I'm just saying this because at the end of the day, I don't want these things be presented, send the department back to come and explain again. But in the absence of the information on the target setting vis-a-vis the act and the requirements on the act and the seriousness of the issue that Honorable Molotsane has raised, I don't know. My personal view just is that it's incomplete because there is requirements from the act when it comes to the employment equity in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And if we are not being told that as to whether that what is the basis and the clinical results of what is happening in the department, it's my personal view, unless we must listen to the department. That is the second thing. And then, honorable members, I really would want us to consider and agree and perhaps request the portfolio committee secretary to assist us. There is back and forth communication between ourselves and representatives of SARA. I really want members, when we are going to meet SARA, to go through those documents. But a very important point I would like to make, I want us perhaps also a proposal and a seconder so that we can request the portfolio secretary to write to SARA and also to indicate when we are going to meet with them. We would like that they would resolve, that the committee must resolve that SARA must, on the day of this particular meeting, present their audited financial statements, so that we as a committee must request those, and it must be recorded so that we can see what is going on. And in the same breath, I would like to thank the Honorable Tetwa, for I have also witnessed and noted that he is perhaps the only member who is showing an interest in this matter and respond at times. And thank you also for the most recent response, Honorable Mtetwa, to SARA pertaining to the request also from your side to prepare the submission and to bring that evidence to have this discussion, because we are subject to quite a lot of allegations through the media, through Facebook, but be as it may, SARA have to come to this meeting and with their financial audited statements with all representatives. So I would like us as a collective to make that decision. With that said, honorable members, I'm going to give an opportunity for us to reply before we are going to deal with the minutes. Is there any honorable member that would like to say something in this regard?
Chair.
Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. In view of SARA, Chair, rather than the audited financials, I would like also the committee to request the documentation that reflects who the board members are of SARA, and if possibly, just to share the latest minutes, maybe three consecutive minutes of meetings held by the board of SARA, just to check if they are actively engaging on this, because it looks like the only person who's concerned about SARA is I don't know whether he's the CEO at the same time, the chairperson, or he's just the chairperson of SARA. So I would like that the portfolio committee requests those documents to substantiate whether SARA is an organization that is fully constituted as it's supposed to be, with the board members who are also actively engaged in the day-to-day affairs of SARA. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much for that, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable members, can we have a proposal in terms of this discussion and a second that would deal with this in that particular fashion? I'm happy for that we proceed with that and request, like Honorable Mtetwa said, the documentation, proof of the members, the board members, as well as the necessary documents pertaining to the financial statement, and at least a 3-month proof of meetings attended. I think so that we can lay this issue to rest. I take it the silence is approval. Is there any other views on the issue of the Havana and the preparation and document pertaining to the equity within the department? Honorable Malachane, you want to say something, or should we just listen to the department in that regard?
Chair, can we allow the department to say something before I can comment on it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we're going to proceed in that fashion. Can we perhaps flight the minutes? Are we flighting the minutes? I can't see anything.
They're all on the screen, Chair. I'm not sure if everyone can see them, Chair.
No, not yet. There seems to come something up now. There we go.
Are they visible?
Yeah, they are now
Okay.
visible. Honorable members, we are going to deal with the minutes of the 11th March and go through it, the attendance. Okay, let's go to the first, that's the second page. Third page. The fourth page.
Chair, can they move them not quickly as they are, so that we can be able to go through to whatever that we've missed?
Yeah, Honorable Malachane, it has been sent to everyone. So we are going through in this fashion. If members, have their stuff where they would like to make revisions, they can just stop. But it's fine, we can go a little bit slower. Fifth page. Sixth page. Thank you, Chabu. Honorable members, is there any proposal that we accept the minutes? It is a true reflection.
Chair, Honorable Mtetwa, I propose the adoption of the minutes.
Thanks, Honorable Mtetwa. Any seconder?
I second, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. Let's flight the minutes of the 18th of March. Proceed. Let's talk about the attendance. May proceed. Proceed. Just a little bit at the resolutions. Is there any way perhaps it's nothing to do with the minutes, just to stop there? There's a resolution that we have taken for SASCOC to meet before 31 March. Is it fine with us, honorable members, to write a letter to SASCOC to find out whether that has been done, or the portfolio secretary perhaps explain, will it be procedurally to do a thing of that nature? Secretary, will that be fine?
Yes, Chair, we could write a letter to SASCOC, Chair, as requested.
Yeah, I think, honorable members, I'm requesting this. We really have to climb down on SASCOC. I have represented the portfolio committee yesterday on the Robert Marawa show pertaining to what was happening and the committee's views on Athletics South Africa. And in terms of our meeting, I've made it clear that also that SASCOC must really come to the party, because if this is not happen, then it's also useless for us having this kind of meetings, making this kind of requests where we sit with the entity of SASCOC that really can contribute and assist the nation, South Africa, the committee and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to deal with the issues that we have. Thanks. You may proceed, Jabu.
Chairperson, my hand is up, Honorable Khabo.
My apologies, Honorable Khabo. You may proceed.
Chairperson, I share the same sentiments with you in terms of SASCOC. And I also wanted, I'm not sure if I'm audible, I also wanted to make an addition in relation to our resolutions. You would remember that we also resolved that the president of SASCOC, my apology, Chairperson,
Yes.
president of SASCOC must form part of our meetings as a committee, as and when we meet one of the federations affiliated to SASCOC. I thought that
I fully agree.
Thanks, Chair.
Fully agree, and thank you for that, Honorable Khabo. Because like we have said the other time, that I think the buck stops with SASCOC, and we don't get our satisfaction when we deal with these federations. Thank you so much for that.
Chairperson.
You may proceed, Honorable Makhato.
Yes, I just want to concur with the previous speakers, so that in future we must have something concrete. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makhato.
Chairperson?
Who's that?
It's Jabu, Chair.
Yes, Jabu, proceed.
Chair, this resolution was in the previous meetings that were adopted by the committee when we had a meeting with the sport sector. So I don't know if we should add it again. Because
yeah, let's edit it again. I'm happy for us to edit again, so that it must stay within the system. If we can add, that I don't know at times, will it be possible? But he must have a representative in that meeting. We had the case where there was an absence now with Athletics South Africa, and there were no replacement. We must have a replacement. Otherwise, honorable members, then we have to call SASCOC in as well, because this cannot happen like this. As we are speaking now, there is a lot of problems. Honorable Molatsane in Free State. People are calling, people are sleeping in buses now. There's a big event there, a big national event, championships of under 15 and 18s and 17 and 19s that have been held by DSEC. So we have to solve these problems. Really, it's really frustrated. Honorable members, there is the meeting for what is the date for that meeting? Is it 18, 19 March? Can we have a Honorable Malatane?
Sorry, Chairperson, I will talk after Honorable Mteto. I can see that he has raised his hand.
My apologies. I'm still using my small digit. That's why I can't see. But members feel free, like Honorable Malatane has done now, to just chirp in so that I can recognize you. Who was the other member?
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, Mr. Mtetwa. Honorable, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I want to concur with the members that SASCOC is becoming something else. It shouldn't even be an issue of negotiating with them around the issue of representation, because the understanding is that you have a deputy chair or deputy president and other top 5 or top 6 members in the organization, so that when the president is not available, then automatically deputy president becomes the person who takes over in the absence. So there's that delegation of power, which is part of the corporate governance in every entity. So I do not feel like accepting whatever explanation that they can give us. In fact, we're supposed to have written to them to apologize and explain further why they were not part of that meeting. Thanks.
Thank you for taking it actually extra further, Honorable Mtetwa. Please flag a letter referring to the previous letter of the presence of SASCOC and ask why there was no replacement. I have called the SASCOC president personally myself to say, we have made this decision. Please ensure that you guys are present in these meetings. So I think there's an explanation. And if we have to stop a meeting and don't proceed, then we must do that, because you'll find that SASCOC is the South African Sport Confederation and Olympic Committee, and it's affiliated to the International Association of Federations. And what has happened recently with Athletics South Africa has a ripple effect on the country, as well onto SASCOC and as well as to the International Association of Athletics Federation. So this message must go through, and it also boils down to governance aspects, and for these federations representing our athletes. Otherwise, they must just step aside and give an opportunity to someone else to represent the athletes. Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Can we have a proposal and a seconder for the meeting of the 18th of March?
Chair,
Before Chair,
Ms. Morisane, yeah.
Go for it, Honorable Malatane.
you know, Chairperson, now I'm getting very much angry the way this SASCOC behave. It's like we are the ones who are reporting to them, whereas it's supposed to be, in fact, it's them who's supposed to report to us. And it can't be right that every time when you're supposed to have meet, the president of SASCOC, he's apologizing for a meeting. I'm not sure whether I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. That it can't be right when we call SASCOC, he's always having apologies to attend to some other meeting. It's the department that is giving SASCOC money. We are the main funders of SASCOC. So we need to come first in whatever that SASCOC is busy doing when the portfolio committee instructs SASCOC to attend the meeting. They must postpone whatever meeting they have to give us an attention. And it looks like we are very lenient to this SASCOC president. And if we don't put our foot down on this things that he's doing, other entities are going to follow suit, seeing that we don't do or say anything to the president. They will always forward their apologies to us for attending the meeting. We called a basketball South Africa in our meeting. It was in NCOP, that first floor boardroom. SASCOC was not there. The only time SASCOC was there when we called the virtual meeting. The Tuesday meeting, SASCOC was not also there, the president. It can't be right, Chairperson. That guy must take us serious, or he must just pack whatever that belongs to him and leave. Bring someone who will be able to come and toe the line. He doesn't want to toe the line, so things are easy. It's either he shape in, or he ship out. It can't be. Thank you, Chairperson.
Before I'm going to give Honorable Nkosi and Honorable Bilankule an opportunity, Honorable Molachana, I fully agree with you. And we as a collective here must make that decision. SASCOC must be present. And I want the professional staff, and with particular reference to the Portfolio Committee Secretary, please, for the week in June, when we're going to have our training, please ensure that we have an item on the agenda where we will invite the legal desk from Parliament to come and assist us so that we can go through the National Federation Act, so that we can also perhaps, I don't know it will be, but we can choose entities like Athletics South Africa, Boxing South Africa, basketball. We must choose those individuals. They must come with their constitutions that are written in a way, and Swimming South Africa, that are written in a way to protect the officials. And once SASCOC is present and sit there, and I cannot understand how easy that we have a situation within boxing, within Athletics South Africa, within Swimming South Africa, that SASCOC is not coming to the party. I fully agree with you. And it is upon us as the Sport, Arts and Culture Committee to make that decision. Honorable, my apologies, Honorable Nkosi, Honorable Bilankulu, and then Honorable Khabu.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, my colleagues, and all members present in the platform. Honorable Chair, I think in my it's quite correct. You know, sometimes it becomes embarrassing to see what other entities are doing to us or what things are doing to us. And we cannot tolerate that, Chair. When we're speaking about others, that, you know, we must take a decision, because these people forgot they are accountable to this committee, and they think they are doing a favor for us, and they're not doing favors for us. I should think we need to make sure that if they don't attend, Chair, this must be a very quick one.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. It seems that you have a little but slightly
so
internet
that
problems.
Chair, they can see that we mean business. Because my understanding, Chair, is that when you invite a person to a certain meeting, you give him or her an ample time to make the arrangements or to clean his or her diary. But when you look at what SASCOC is doing, they don't care. They don't care that whom do we call them and why do we call them. So I think it's high time that as this portfolio committee, we take a very drastic measures for them that if they don't attend, there are consequences that they will face, because it can be corrected. All we feel undermined by this SASCOC. You cannot come as a president, even the deputy is not coming. The only time when they are coming, it's only on the virtual. That means they don't take us very serious. Can we be serious ourselves so that you can be taken serious by them? And the way of being serious is to take
I agree, Honorable Nkosi. They must really come closer to their member federations. Honorable Bilankulu?
No, thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to concur with other honorable members that the federation is taking us for granted. And I also wanted to check if the federation really in operating, or we only have names attached to a certain federation and they call them maybe or whatever. Because if really they are there and representing the federation, why are they not coming forth when they are being called by the committee? Is there anywhere where they are accounting if they fail to come and account in front of the temporary committee? But my proposal, Chair, was that in our first meeting when we come back from recess, let the department come with SASCOC. If they are not there, let's not allow the department to come and present if they don't come with the SASCOC. Because it's like there's something that they're hiding. If there's nothing that they're hiding, why are they not coming? We can't keep on talking about one federation as if they are owning something. Is the federation for them or is for South Africans? If it's for them, then maybe I will understand. But if not, really, they are undermining us. They must come. If they are not coming, I think we must take a decision. We might be thinking for a federation representing SASCOC, meanwhile they are representing themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Khabu, before I give you an opportunity, I want the portfolio secretary also to note in that letter that the committee take cognizance that SASCOC has a tendency to attend the meetings only when it's Zoom. We are taking note of that, and we are taking that very, very serious. Honorable Khabu?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, and my apology for not greeting yourself and members of the committee, including our officials, Chair. I apologize. Chair, this matter of SASCOC, I fully agree with honorable members in terms of us as a committee taking a decision that will be able to entrench our authority as a committee that is expected to hold these federations accountable. I'm saying this because of the president, to a large extent, he has demonstrated that he's not willing to come to the meetings. But I've picked up something last night, Chair, of which I believe that it requires the attention of the committee. And to a large extent, Chairperson, as much as we'll be writing a letter, I would also propose that you must look into, in fact, you must get the legal team of Parliament to look into the action of SASCOC. Chairperson, for the past two meetings, we could not meet SASCOC, but unfortunately, SASCOC in their own operations, we have met Basketball South Africa in our last meeting, and we have seen how Basketball South Africa is badly doing in terms of governance, related matters and administration. Apart from the failure to demonstrate ability to develop basketball through their programs. Chair, it just came to my attention that the president of SASCOC is intending to co-opt Sanele Mtinyane, of which is the president of Basketball South Africa. And if, in all honesty, we are discussing SASCOC SASCOC here, and on the other side, I've just shared that letter that I've picked up through some processes that you'd know that they always happen. Information as a way of coming to you. So I was saying that, Chair, my proposal would be, let's get the legal view on the matter of SASCOC. I've shared the letter. What surprises me, already the president of the president of basketball is doing badly in basketball South Africa. How is he going to assist when he's been co-opted for a 4-year term, 4 years term as a SASCOC board member? Chair, I thought I must bring it to the attention of the committee and largely emphasize the recommendation of requesting Parliament legal services to look into this matter. Unfortunately, the meeting of SASCOC that must deal with the co-option of the president of basketball is going to take place on the 12th of April, according to that letter. And unfortunately, during that time, we would be on recess. That's why I would request that we should give this matter the necessary or the urgent attention that it deserves, Chairperson. That is my proposal on and around this matter of SASCOC, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabo. And thank you also for that alert. And I think what you have said must form part of that letter. There is just no way that we as a committee must accept that the president of basketball be co-opted onto SASCOC. That makes it worse. Basketball is in intensive care. It makes it worse. We cannot have entities or representatives of entities. And like Honorable Khabo has dealt with the Athletics South Africa issue on Tuesday, we cannot allow people in the system that have cases against them. We cannot allow people in the system, in this particular case, where governance, where the finance, where there's no targets, where there's no indicators, where there's no programs, there is no outcomes, nothing in basketball. And you have the very same individual and you're taking him up there. That's absolutely nonsense. Let me give Honorable Kobani an opportunity. He's in the airplane.
Chair, before Honorable Koban, the DM is waiting. He says he was there since 9 o'clock at the lobby. Can you please let the IT allow her to join the meeting? Thank you.
I couldn't get you, Honorable Bilankulu.
I'm saying the DM is on a lobby. He says he was waiting since 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
Okay.
we will allow them in. We will allow members in. But we can allow the department in. Doesn't matter for me. Let them be part of this meeting. Let them hear what is going on. Maybe the PC secretary allow them in, and we can discuss. We are going to deal with them now, or we can keep them in the waiting room. Either way, doesn't matter for me. But thank you for that alert, Honorable Bilankulu. Honorable, it seems that Honorable Kobani is gone. Honorable Mtetwa, and finally on this issue, Honorable Molatsane.
Chair, I'm not gone. Just
my humble apologies, Honorable Kobani. You may proceed, and following that will be Honorable Eugene Mtetwa, and the final speaker on this issue will be Honorable Molatsane. Proceed, Honorable Kobani.
I say I'd like to greet everyone. My phone that I'm using is not the one that the other one's giving me a problem. That's why, but I was there listening everything. I like to support the leadership here. That SASCO, they are playing with our minds. They want to check our power because most of the time they are negotiating us like we are nothing. But someone who is guilty, he cannot attend the meeting. We must do understand it. Someone who's got empty in his hand or mind, that he cannot present anything from us. He doesn't have anything. I support that they must pack and go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Following that procedure, Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I heard you saying something that got me excited a bit. When you say we cannot allow people who have messed up to be recycled into the system. This is the same thing that is done by government, where it takes one employee who has messed up in the department, and then he resigns, and then he emerges somewhere else in another department. It's one government, but such things are allowed. And the reason why I'm raising this, it is because the same issue I've been raising about the Bosparat outcome of individuals who are said to be representing sectors and subsectors. The recent establishment by the minister from the Bosparat. It is the same situation. You're taking people from other organizations who even are lying about representing the sectors that they supposedly represent within this current structure, and recycling them into the new system, yet they are a mess wherever that they come from. So I think as the portfolio committee, we must guard against. I'm happy that we are taking that particular stance, that we must guard against such things, because you can't allow somebody who has a criminal record or whatever against corporate governance, who is supposed to be declared delinquent, and then you take him to put him in another board. What is it that he will do better in another board? I agree, Chairperson, and I want to commend the Portfolio Committee for taking such a stance. Thanks.
Honorable Malachane.
Baie dankie voorsitter. Nee, ek kan Afrikaans praat.
Congratulations.
Impressive.
Impressive.
No, ek kan Afrikaans praat, meneer. Voorsitter. You know, some things, they are so, I don't know how to call them in a polite way. I think now that this issue of co-opting a member from Basketball South Africa into SASCOC, and it's going to happen while we are on recess. This president who thought that he owns SASCOC, whereas SASCOC is for athletes, he must be informed before the end of today that we are not going to support that madness. That is a pure madness, and they want to take this entity into a hold. We are not going to allow that, not while we are still responsible for this portfolio of sports, arts, and culture. I think the other thing that needs to happen, Chair, the guy need to be called in, or the guy need to pack what belongs to him and leave, Chairperson. Maybe if we can do example with one person, all these other entities will take us that we are not here to play. We are here to run the business of the day. And I wonder where is the department when all these things are happening? Where is the department that is responsible? What are they saying, Chairperson? Because we can't always be extinguishing fire. The department is just sitting there doing nothing, Chairperson. Someone from the department who is responsible on this, we must also take that person to that official to task. It can't be, Chairperson. And with this SASCOC, I'm not sure when is the present board, when is their last day in the office. And we must see to it that they are not getting re-elected in the board. Honorable Mthethwa just said it clearly. We can't be recycling people like this. The person is I'm not sure, can I put it in that way? The person is useless in the other entities where he's saving. You take that useless person, you bring him again to the entity to run it down. It can't be chairperson. So hopefully where they are joining this meeting on YouTube, listening to our comments before we can even arrive at them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Moletsane, and thank you so much, everyone, for this contribution. I must also say it was a decision. The president of SASCOC is aware that he is invited to all of these meetings where federations are being met. It is no excuse, and this committee is not going to take any responsibility if the president of SASCOC did not get an invitation. It is the responsibility of DSEC to send the program to the federations, to the SASCOC, so that they must be aware of this meeting. Members, we have 10 minutes to deal with the adoption of our program. I must also just add that very serious issues and federations and entities must appear before us. I'm going to ask Jabu to go through us in 10 minutes so that we can adopt our program.
Chair, can we adopt the minutes of the 18th, Chair?
Oh, the 18 minutes. Can we have a proposal and a seconder?
Chair,
Good morning, all. Good morning, Chair. I would propose. That's Advocate Sali.
Honorable Sali has moved. Honorable Bilankulu has seconded. Thank you so much. Jabu, you have 10 minutes to take us to the program for adoption.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and everyone on the platform. Chair, this is the draft second term program. Is it visible, Chair, on the screen?
Indeed, Jabu, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, according to the guidelines for the second term, as circulated by the House Chairperson, the second term starts from the 22nd of April to 27 June 2025. Chair, what we did is we've had a number of meetings that we missed in this first term, Chair, and we've taken those. Chair, we have Mr. Habo's hand up.
Honorable Khabo?
No, Chairperson, I'm not sure what seems to be the problem. Oh, I see the matter has been resolved. I wanted to raise the issue of the DM being on the lobby for the past 30 minutes, but I think she has been included here. Thank you very much, Chair. My apologies.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. Our apologies, Deputy Minister. Welcome. Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. As I was saying, Chair, that there were a number of entities and federations that we had to move around due to the change in the parliamentary program. As you're aware, Chair, so what we did, Chair, we took the same agenda items, but we've added the annual performance plan in preparation for the budget votes in the second term. So on the 22nd, Tuesday the 22nd, Chair, we have Netball South Africa on the annual report of 2025-26. Annual report, in fact, and then the 25-26 annual performance plan and the status report of the 2023 Netball World Cup, as well as the legacy left behind. And we've also requested that they present the update on preparations for the Netball World Cup in September. We are also meeting a briefing by the Boxing SA on the annual report, including latest audited financial statements, also on the 25-26 annual performance plan, governance and other related matters, as well as the induction of the new board. And we are also briefed by the Sanabo on the annual report, including the latest audited financial statements and 2025-26 annual performance plan. That will be on Tuesday, 22nd of April, which will be a virtual meeting, Chair. And then on the Friday, same week, Chair, on the 25th, we'll be briefed by Robben Island and the Ex-Political Prisoners Association on the annual performance plan, governance, and administrative concerns. We'll also be briefed by the National Library of South Africa on the APP, human resources, and governance matters. There's an investigative report that's out on that entity. We'll also be receiving a briefing by the South African Roadies Association on its complaints against the department, and we'll add the request by the committee to that agenda, Chair. Tuesday, the 6th of May, we'll be having a recess between the 25th until the 6th, and then we'll be receiving a briefing by SAFA on the annual report, including audited financial statements, the annual performance plan, governance, and other related matters, as well as the latest developments regarding this chair.
My apologies. Can we go back to netball? Sorry, I've been part of this, but I slipped. But when you were reading now, can we also invite Netball World Cup to this particular meeting?
Okay, Chair.
Thank
Well,
you.
the prep team, Chair.
Yes.
Okay, we'll do so. Let's put it
Thanks.
aside.
Can we proceed?
Okay, Chair. And then we will receive on Tuesday. We'll receive a briefing by SAFA, and then Friday, the 9th of May, we'll receive a briefing by the AG on the department's 2025-26 annual performance plan. And then Tuesday, the 13th of May, we'll receive a briefing by the department on Budget Vote 37 and the APP. And then Friday, the 16th, the committee will consider and adopt the budget vote report, and also consider and adopt the Northwest Oversight Report. We will share that report with the committee as soon as possible. We do have it, it's already, Chair. And then, Chair, Tuesday, the 20th of May, we'll receive a briefing by SARU on the annual report, inclusive of the latest audited financial statements, the APP, governance, and other related matters. And then Tuesday, 27th May, we'll receive a briefing by the National Arts Council on the annual performance plans and other matters. And then on the week of the 2nd to the 6th of June, that is committee week, Chair, we are going to submit an application to the House Chairperson to conduct a strategic planning workshop with federations and entities in Gauteng, Chair. We'll have to choose a central venue where we'll invite all the entities and federations and other stakeholders. Fiona will give a briefing on this as the content advisor, who will be overseeing the whole process. And then Tuesday, the 17th of June, we will receive a follow-up meeting with Athletics South Africa on the 2023-24 audited financial statements, report on the CEO position that has been vacant since 2012, an update on the recruitment of a permanent CEO, and an update on the suspension of the Mpumalanga Marathon and the non-payment of prize money to winners of the 2024 marathon. And then on the 20th of June, we'll receive a briefing by the NFVF on the APP and other matters. And then, Chair, the week of the 22nd to 27th June, we will submit another separate application with the House Chairperson, the committee, to conduct an oversight visit to KwaZulu-Natal. If members can see there, we put arts and culture in brackets. We were having discussions as the team, and we spoke to the chair to indicate that we are requesting that maybe the committee can split their oversight visits so that the oversight visits are more focused. To say if it's oversight for arts and culture, that week we'll focus on arts and culture. Then the next oversight period, the committee will focus on sport. So the sport and arts and culture will rotate, will alternate. So in KwaZulu-Natal, the committee, the oversight focus would be on the library grants and visit other entities that are in the province. Chair, we have Ms. Marutana's hand up, and that is the end of the presentation, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you for a job well done, hard work, recommendations, discussions in this particular area. members, there is the program. If you may see that it's quite an extensive program with very important entities as well. So there's no time for play, and we are not going to take any nonsense from any entity. You know, we have people sitting in KZN in the school benches who's the president of basketball, and they would just been co-opted just like that to SASCO. So we have no time. People must cooperate. Can we have a proposal and a seconder that we adopt this program? It looked quite interesting. I must also stress that some of it I would love to have in person, particularly Honorable Khabo, the one of netball, because of the issues there. All over we have issues. But unfortunately, I think some of these have to be in person, some of these have to be on a Zoom. And I would like to put the program for adoption to all members. Is there a proposal and a seconder?
So we have Mambo Lozano's hand has been up, and then Mr. Kabu,
Honorable Molatsane.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo. Chairperson, I just want to check second term program. Remember last week during the oversight of other portfolios, we were supposed to have SAFA, SARU, and I think we're supposed to have 3 entities. And on this proposal, proposed, I only saw.
I was there for 2 weeks.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Honorable Kobane. Can someone mute Honorable Kobane? You may proceed, Honorable Molatsane.
Yes. I only saw.
Chair, it's my mistake for the phone. Yes, not Chair. I'm on the car.
Okay.
I don't.
Honorable Molatsane.
I don't see Saru Chairperson on, or it's on the 20th of May. Chairperson 2. Remember we postponed Saru and SAFA, which were supposed to have it last week. I'm not sure having them later in May, is it going to assist us or not? Because I was thinking that as we've postponed them, it will be the first entities that we see them during this month of April. Especially, Chairperson, when coming to the issue of SAFA, we are having there are problems in that entity. Last month, the staff did not get their payment. 1, 2, we are approaching the AFCON without knowing how are they going to fund the issue of AFCON. The players are not being paid presently, Chair. So I'm worried, and other issues that are happening in that entity, Chairperson. And I'm worried if we are going to have them in May, things will be worse than the way they are now, Chairperson. So there are so many things that are happening there. And if we allow them the whole month of May to not to come to the portfolio, by the time we met with them in May, Chairperson, things will be worse. And I've been saying this for the last couple of meetings, that we cannot be called to be fire extinguishers. I don't know, Chair. It's possible that some of the meetings can just be swapped around, taken down, and then this issue of SAFA and SARU, they can be brought a little bit early. We talked to SARU last time regarding the issue of equity deal. Presently, they are in a point of where they are being sued 14 million. We are sitting here waiting for May. When May comes, we'll find ourselves having more problems than what they are already in. Can they be brought forward so that we can meet with them while everything is still fresh, while issues are still on the table? Then this one of the netball can also come somewhere in May. Thank you, Chairperson. That's my humble proposal.
Yeah, Honorable Malachani, we are 2 meetings away from SAFA and SARU. If you look at the issues in front of us, you will find that in terms of us prioritizing the meetings, we cannot move the annual performance plan of the department. So that one have to proceed. And one must remember the same what you are saying about the 2 entities, SARU and SAFA. We have also, postponed the Robben Island briefing. And it is very important for us to see the national lottery when it comes to the monies given to some of the entities. It's actually 2 meetings. The 22, 2025. It's the only time that we can have a meeting is the 22nd of April, 25, and then the next week. I think they will go into constituency time. Then we'll have SAFA, and also by then, and maybe the portfolio secretary can assist us, when it comes to the time slot and the discussion that we have with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture as well, so that there can be synergy and towards the financial year ending of this. So the one for SAFA and I think the rationale behind meeting them at that time will be also, including the audited financial statements, which will bring us within the time frame just for them to submit that, instead of inviting them again, if we have them now, inviting them again for the audited statement. I see some more hands. Honorable Kosi, Honorable Kabo.
Before, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable.
Yes, lastly, Chair, the issue of oversight in KZN. I think I will support what has been proposed, that, going to oversight and seeing this time it will be sports, arts and culture. Then if we mix them together, it becomes a little bit of a problem. So I will support the proposal that say that when we go to KZN, specifically, we need to pay attention to arts and culture, because it seems like we are not paying much attention to that side, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, I fully agree with you. Remember also the other thing is on the previous issue, and I hope you understand, Honorable Molatani, that members wanted to see SAFA and SARU face to face. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I would also want to apologize in advance. I'm in a noisy place here. Chair, I wanted to firstly second the proposal of adjusting our program in terms of line of priorities. Firstly, there are a number of meetings that we have been postponing. And I'll make mention of one meeting for an example. And I've said that I'm not sure as to why are we acting as if we don't want to entertain the matter as a committee. The issue of SARA, South African Roadies Association or something of that nature, Chairperson. I believe it's South African Roadies Association. From where I'm sitting, ever since last year, we've been receiving issues on and around this matter. We've not had an opportunity of creating a platform for SARA to come and make a presentation, but equally allow the department to respond on some of the issues that have been raised by SARA, but subsequently some of the issues that we have raised with the department previously. I think you'd remember that in one of our interactions with the department, Honorable Mteto keeps on asking the issue of downtown studios. And to a large extent, it's like we are downplaying it or disregarding it. We are disregarding it. I would therefore propose that, Chairperson, in one of the first meetings, Sarah must be able to reflect there. Second to that, Chairperson, as much as it is important for us to meet with other sporting codes, I think we must also align our plan with programs that would be unfolding in the second term. Issues of competitions that would be at play, the preparations that the department must be able to focus on. I think our plan must be aligned to that. One of the issues that I also wanted to raise as a matter of urgency is that I believe we can no longer postpone, Chairperson. The issue of SAFA. On a daily basis, there are issues cropping up on SAFA, and it's like we're not giving it attention, not knowing what. Now, therefore, my proposal would be, in the first, if not 3 meetings, Chair, we should be able to meet up with with those two proposed entities that I've made mention of. The issue of SARA, firstly, but second to that, the issue of SAFA. But the other issue that I would also want us to do, Chairperson, probably as a way of consolidating the work that we have done in the first quarter. In the first quarter. I would plead with our secretariat to consolidate all issues, including outstanding reports that we're expecting from the department, as a way of assessing as to whether are we moving forward or not. I'm raising this because of on the first quarter, one of the key issues that was problematic was the Sarah Bartman Center of Remembrance. And we cannot, identify problems and not make follow-ups on them, or the department cannot provide reports on and around that. That is one issue that I thought is important. Two issues that I believe must also reflect on our program, Chairperson. Here and there, issues are being raised around Department of Basic Education and the Department of Cooperative Governance, especially around infrastructural development. My plea would be in the second term, Chair, let's have a joint meeting with these departments. Department of Basic Education is to make an assessment amongst others since the signing of the memorandum of understanding between sports, arts and culture on and around the implementation of creative arts program in schools. Second to that is the issue of cooperative governance, where in our last meeting we had discussions, and part of our discussion was to make an assessment on how the department is intending to fund the issue of infrastructural development in the coming financial year. And there are issues that we have left hanging. So it is my belief that we should have a joint meeting with those two committees as a way of entertaining issues that were not resolved in the previous term, Chairperson. With those proposals, Chair, I believe that that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Yeah, members, I'm in full agreement with what everyone so far has said. Let me just give you a little bit of a background. This is the second term program that we are about to adopt. The issues raised by Honorable Khabo as well. I think a week or two ago, we had Sarah on. And I think we received from the Chair of Chairs and from Parliament some changes in the program where all of us was duty bound to have Parliament sitting, and those were cancelled. So everything was there. All Sarah was there, Safa, Saru, everything is there. So what we also do as the management, we are taking all these issues that we are discussing, and then we sit down and then we prioritize and also prioritize each and every one in terms of the urgency of those matters. Then we send it to members. Then we ask members, please give us input. What do you suggest? What we should do as to when and how? Then we receive members' input and then we formulate. So what is in front of us is actually simple just for adoption. And if need be, I can tell you now, some of these issues we might postpone again because of other urgent matters that come before Parliament or before the committee that needs our attention. So I think the quest for now is just for adoption. We're already 10 minutes. over our program, and I don't want to push it. Even if we have to discuss it again, then we have to discuss it again. But for us, it is all matters that has been transferred from the first term that we did not meet with people to the second term. But remember, we cannot cancel but we do or must have specific time for Department of Sports and Arts and Culture to present their performance first and second and third quarter as usual. And on the other hand, it is also like take Athletics South Africa. To a certain extent, it was premature to meet them, but there was a quest. We must call them in. Deregistration is a serious matter. But now they have to come again, and we haven't seen the audited financial statement. So it's best also to plan in and around that particular issue when it comes to the auditor general statements. And we can fit in as much as we can, but also remember, we are only given certain days, certain times, because members are also deployed to other committees. We cannot go over 2 o'clock because in the afternoon it's Parliament. So I'm not too sure. I see some more hands. Should I still open it for discussion? I am a little bit scared in terms of the invitation to the department as well. We have to deal with that item of the department, and we have to adopt this. I see the hands are still there. I'm going to give Honorable Nkosi and Honorable Tetra that opportunity there. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, actually, let us welcome the presentation made by Ujabu with regards to the program. And I just want to say, Chair, we will really appreciate the issues that are being entered or put in the program, where there's Athletes South Africa. We have raised a lot of issues there in the meeting. And when I hear the Jabu presenting, he made mentions of those issues, of which to me, it's very good because we don't have an item that speaks of the matters arising from the minutes. But when you heard him presenting, he made mention of the issues that we have raised there. That means the next meeting that you are going to have with Athletes South Africa, those issues will be discussed, of which I really appreciate that. And I wish to request that in all the entities, let us do so, Chair. With that being said, Chair, I would like to move for the adoption of the program as presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. That's really progressive. We have literally, from the day-to-day running of the portfolio, we have literally exhausted every single slot, and you see how tiring it is and how long we sit at sometimes. Honorable Tetwa, is that a second?
Thank you, Chair. I have a differing view, Chair. To request, in the interest of time, to request that we defer this matter, the adoption of the program, to the end, to the latter part of our day today, so that we allow the department to do its presentation, so that we can be able to come back and exhaust some of the things. Because indeed, the issue of SARA comes from the 6th Parliament, which was postponed, and I understand why SARA is beginning to feel like the portfolio committee is avoiding this issue. It comes from the 6th Parliament and now to the 2nd Parliament, to the 7th Parliament, and yet we haven't dealt with it. So it is my humble request that we defer the adoption to the latter part of this meeting and allow the department to do a presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Chair, you're taking us a little bit back. I'm a little bit stubborn to do that, but let me do that because most of the members have spoken to all the issues. And what I'm saying is that every issue is there. SARA is there. SARA was last week. I think SARA was a week or two was there. And so we had to cancel it. We replaced it again. We've entered again. SARA is on the program, everything. So I don't know really should we move it, but let's move it. Let's move it and let's have progress. Honorable members, let us move the program then for adoption to the last item. And may I apologize to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture for being 17 minutes late. Politically, yes, maybe it will be right to say it is because of SASCOC, but literally so I'm saying that it is because of the committee. We are 47 minutes late. We were supposed to start 9:30. I want to welcome the Deputy Minister in our midst. I want to welcome all honorable members. I want to welcome the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I'm not going to have a lengthy opening and welcoming, but what I want to say is that we are all aware there's a national championship today in the Free State, in the home province of Honorable Molotsana, where the under 15 and under 17s and under 19s are going to participate. Hence, I would like also to wish everyone well in that particular competition. And for those who have joined just now, I would like to inform you that I had an interview yesterday with the Robert Marawa show on behalf of the committee on what has transpired with our meeting between Swimming South Africa and Athletics South Africa. And as a result, people phoned in and people also thanked the committee and wish the committee well with their endeavors. I can tell you with the appetite that the committee members had, and I conveyed this to the citizens of South Africa yesterday, that we are lucky, and I am lucky as the chairperson to have such a strong team, irrespective of your political party, that you stand up for the issues, for the athletes. With that said, DM, or rather Dr. Kumalo, there are some currently issues reported to some of our members that is transpired as we are speaking or during the week of those attending that particular event. We received complaints of some of the athletes, payment that has not been received, quality of food, catering, and also numerous other issues where some of the Limpopo representatives have to sleep in a bus. You are full aware, Dr. Kumalo, that the issues that was of crucial importance for this last week, which was a very emotional week for this committee. Actually, with both, since we've met with boxing and as well as with basketball, very emotional meetings where it is so sad that people rather decide or opt to take, these positions up for own selfish reasons. It is now lately reported also to us, Dr. Kumalo, of which we are going to write to SASCOC, because we feel and we believe that SASCOC is key to the resolutions. SASCOC is also key to the problem that is transpired. And we have also been learned through Honorable Khabo that there are rumors that the president of basketball, who have completely messed up basketball, there are rumors that he will be co-opted on SASCOC. We cannot have this situation. It is unacceptable. It is inhumane to do a thing of this nature. For the state basketball is in to adopt a teacher in KZN sitting in the benches of the school there on SASCOC that have completely messed up basketball. So these are issues that I feel to raise again, because members have been vocal over these issues. With that said, Deputy Minister, I'm going to give you an opportunity to have opening remarks following the presentation by TSEC. Deputy Minister.
Chair,
Is that
we seem to not have the DM's device on the platform, Chair.
oh, but there was a request to allow her into the meeting if she is
She was
not.
in. She
You
was
say?
in.
Oh, can we then ask Dr. Kumalo to proceed? And if possible, perhaps respond to some of the things I have said, but perhaps also keep a close eye onto developments of what is happening and the experience in Free State.
Chair, Mamelutana's hand is up.
Honorable Malatsani, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to check. I think the last time the Deputy Minister wanted to be admitted to join the meeting. Can we check if the Deputy Minister she is here to say something before the department can start to deliberate on what is happening in Bloemfontein? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tswane. I have requested so, but the PC Secretary has indicated she's no more on. But we will give an opportunity if she comes back. Dr. Kumalo. Please unmute.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to yourself and the honorable members and my colleagues from the department. I am advised, Chairperson, that the Minister submitted his apology, hoping that as we go into the presentation, Hapa from the Office of the Deputy Minister can also check what you have just indicated regarding Deputy Minister, because yes, I'm aware that she was to attend. Allow me to switch off the video, Chair, as we then proceed. You've requested that we first respond to the issue of the autumn school championships and the complaints that have been raised there. I will ask the acting DDG Sport to talk to that because he's on the ground, Chair. He would have better insight. Those complaints have not been brought to my attention, I need to indicate. Regarding the matter of SASCOC that you just indicated, I also want to give an update on that matter because the department is also dealing with that particular matter, Chairperson, and correspondence in line with the existing regulations that give certain powers to the department has already been forwarded to SASCOC in dealing with this particular basketball SA matter. So there are interventions that we are pursuing on our side, Chairperson. Also pursuing a matter of a meeting that was postponed with the SASCOC, between SASCOC and Minister. And I believe that meeting has again been rescheduled for the 9th, but SASCOC would also be present in the session with the Federation that I spoke about on Tuesday at the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson would recall that there is a meeting between Minister with all the federations. I understand that we are expecting more than 100 representatives from more than 50 or close to 60 federations to attend that session with the Minister. And SASCOC also is confirmed to attend, is on the agenda as well. So those engagements continue, Chair, just with regard to the issue that you are raising of SASCOC and also related to the basketball SA. We are following the provisions that give us powers to act on those particular matters, Chair. Through you, can I just ask that Mr. Tebichai speak to the issues of the complaints that are emerging from the autumn
All fine, DG.
championships? Chair, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, ADG. Good morning, Chairperson and members, and good morning, colleagues. Chair, indeed, we're having the autumn championships in Bloemfontein. All 9 provinces are present here. for the high schools championships. Chair, you know that we allocate conditional grant to provinces, amongst which is to assist them to ensure that they facilitate the participation of athletes to these championships and summer and winter championships. So in that regard, Chair, we have requested provinces to ensure that they, with the allocation, a ring-fenced 5 million, they are able to process the booking of accommodation and the meals of the athletes, including their transportation to these championships. That information was communicated to them already as far as November, December last year, so that they can start their processes timeously. Specific to the issue of Limpopo, we have been having a number of preparatory meetings, LOC meetings leading to these championships, and both physical and virtual. And we could pick up that there were some delays coming from their procurement because they were only able to procure a service provider that will facilitate procurement of accommodation last week. And already by that time, when that appointment was done, a number of accommodation had been taken. There are competing events now here. We've got over 1,700 athletes, only for athletics. But rugby is having also a championship at Grey College. Tennis is having their own championship here. So is hockey in Bloemfontein. So with the number of accommodation establishments present in Bloemfontein, there has been a really challenge in terms of squabbling for places. And specific to this issue, even until yesterday and this morning, as we were intervening to assist Limpopo, there is an accommodation that we have facilitated and tried to get them so that they can place their athletes and support team there, which is about 17 kilometers outside Bloemfontein, called Kingshaven. The team went there with Team Limpopo, but unfortunately, to our surprise, they could not take up that accommodation, citing all sorts of reasons. They want to sleep in hotels. Now, we don't have any more hotels that are available as we speak. All hotels and boutique lounges are fully booked. And so that is the challenge. And we have also been exploring other routes of even splitting the team, because you've got to keep the team in one place. But we are also exploring other venues where if we can find 1 or 2 rooms in any of the hotels, try to squeeze. They are in short of about 35 rooms. 35 rooms for 2 sharing, that's for about 70 people. So that's the effort as I speak to you now, that the team is trying to facilitate. But I must indicate that until last night, an accommodation was found, but they opted not to take it because they want other accommodation. There's just less than 5,000 beds available, private establishment, hotels and lounges available. But if we're to take up a space within the student accommodation, I'm sure we could even have more, but that's the space that the colleagues are not looking for. As far as meals are concerned and the complaints that are coming from meals, it should be noted that each province is responsible for procuring meals for their teams. So that responsibility is surely put squarely on the doors of the chef de missions of each provincial team. We are only have facilitated meals for Gauteng, I think, and Limpopo, as those 2 provinces that have requested that we assist and facilitate them through the submission that we're having. So and that has been done fairly well and smoothly. So I'm not sure if there may be other specific concerns, but as far as that is concerned, indeed we are experiencing a shortage of beds as we speak today. So tonight is the last night for athletics. Tomorrow morning, all the teams are leaving, and we're starting with swimming from tomorrow. until Tuesday next week. So those are also being balanced, and I'm sure as other codes are also finishing, more space is being availed as we speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tebogo. Honorable Tetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I am persuaded to say that these explanations that we have been given, we shouldn't accept such. This is just mediocrity. Because one would believe, or one would understand that this is an annual event. So for people to say that there are no hotels available anymore, it says that there was no proper planning. And the department needs to change this attitude of what we would call in our township language, a sweet and sour type of approach. The department must send the Provincial Department of Sports, Arts and Culture of Limpopo back with all the athletes. They must take responsibility of that nonsense. Because they were given money to book. They were supposed to book a long time ago. They can't tell us now that they can't find accommodation, as if this is like a funeral that came without them expecting it. If we need to up the standard, we need to follow suit. We need to be like, I'm reminded actually of what the former President Jacob Zuma once said when in relation to government. We have this attitude of applying our minds like, we are doing a charitable work. And that is why corporate sector is always above us, because we don't take that approach, that serious approach to say, the minister has got the MINMAC, which is supposed to be giving him the updates in terms of the readiness. But for the department to be caught with their pants down and trying to maneuver ways now, I don't think we should accept those explanations. The department must just send the Limpopo with all its athletes back, and we'll deal with the issues. We'll have to call the Limpopo department to come and account, because I don't agree. Even the department needs to pick up its socks and act professionally. We can't be like treating this particular department as a charitable department and unprofessional as it is currently. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Tetwa. May I just ask through to Tebogo, the facility, has it been paid? Because it has also been said that if the facility is not been paid, they will not use the facility. So the service provider, there's problems with service providers for catering as well. But I think mainly so the facility. But I'm actually glad I see that the DM is on in the meeting. Welcome, Deputy Minister. I'm actually happy that things are unfolding this fashion. And people are also taking the trust in the committee for representing them in order for us to solve this problem. Is the facility being paid at Tebogo, and when? Please unmute.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, the stadium, we have a partnership with the province who have facilitated the booking of the facility. What we did differently this year, Chair, because previously we would book the stadium and through the sports trust pay the venue. What we did differently this year is that we have allocated directly the funds for hosting the events directly to the province to facilitate on our behalf. I may not have the specific detail now as to whether payment fully has been effected, but we have it in good authority that we have made the necessary booking of the facility as to whether payment in effect has taken place is something that I'll have to verify. But we will not have a problem of the payment, whether it is in advance or it is post the event. I don't think that will be a problem, but we'll have to follow that up. I'll have to follow that up and perhaps before the meeting give you that response. As far as catering is concerned and the appointment of the service provider, indeed, even yesterday, Chair, until last night, I was in touch with the province and their SCM to say we need to have an improved catering. And because it was not only yesterday, even the previous day when we had an opening, there was a problem with catering. And specifically instructed the province to say, if if the service provider is unable to provide adequate catering, they must get rid of them, because we can't pay so much money and still receive such a mediocre type of service. So it's something that the province had committed that they are going to change. So it's a feedback that I need to confirm in fact for this afternoon, for this morning, whether that has taken place, because it can't go on like that. I mean, we pay a lot of money for this and we can't be experiencing such substandard services.
Thank you, Honorable Malatani.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm getting a little bit worried with this thing of money being sent to the province and the province failed to do what they supposed to do. And now it's really a problem that is all over the social media. And the worst part is that being on social media, the same people who are posting regarding this, they don't say that the province have been given money to get accommodation for the athletes and so forth. It's like the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, as well as the Free State government, have failed the athletes. And it can't be right that we have such things, whereas at the end of the day, this is not what is really happening. I'm going to support what Honorable Mthethwa has just said, that those athletes from Limpopo, they must just pack and go, and they need to come and account. They need to come and account for what happened for them not to do things in time, whereas the budget has been allocated to them. The other thing that I wanted to check, Chairperson, was it, in fact, if Teboho can just explain to me that did Free State informs them that there will be other activities that will be happening when they agree to host this athletics? Did they tell the department that there will be other activities that will be happening? Because now the issue of the venue is the problem. From what the acting DDG has just explained, is that there are other sporting code programs that are happening in Free State. And my worry is that, did they explain to them that on this weekend that we've accepted to host the event, there will be other events that will be taking place? We are going to have the problem with the venue. I think it's time that even the provinces must come and account, Chairperson, because we can't be finding ourselves in such a problem, and this issue being all over the social media as if we don't know what we are doing. Thank you, Chairperson. I will wait for Mr. Tebehaye just to explain that so that I can be able to raise some issues. I won't be able to raise them after getting the response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pelankulu.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think I've got a concern also. To me, it doesn't augur well when we get the report now that something is not going well. This plan already the things are there. And I want to agree with Honorable Iteka to say the event took place everywhere. But it's like now they were not aware that the event is going to happen. But the money was there or was displayed. And it's like the money is not doing or they have not done what is expected. Maybe there's somebody who is behind all this. He or she has got another plan of using the money instead of using it for sports. Chair, I want also to check if we do have the name of the school or the name of the team from Limpopo, the one that they were supposed to sleep outside Bloemfontein because of the problems or the challenges they face of the accommodation. And when did the department know about this, that there is a problem about accommodation? If they've known this before, why did they let them come or go to the Free State? Meanwhile, they know very well the accommodation that they are planned for other groups is not the same as others. What is the criteria used to single out this one from Limpopo for them to go and sleep outside instead of sleeping where other schools or students are sleeping in hotels? Maybe if you can get clarity of that, you understand some of the things. But it's like there's a lot happening here, and I don't think it started now. It might be the way they used to do things. And can we get the names, as in the phones of the rep from Limpopo? Maybe you can get another story instead of the one that we received now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, we're way far away from the agenda, but I have opened and registered this because it's a national event and it's of national interest. Given the current situation, I really want us, DSEC, to ensure that this is not happening anymore. And it's a national event, like I said, and it's a national flagship. But what I cannot understand, and maybe DSEC must respond perhaps during the weekend or so, so that we can put a letter on the WhatsApp group of the portfolio committee on what is the issue there. Because you'll find that you have basketball again that wasn't able to deal, and we all know, DSEC know how useless some of these entities are. They couldn't deal with a national event, a national tournament, 18 or 22 million rand. It was DSEC paying and made these arrangements. I don't know why in this particular case provinces are tasked to do them. But let's move on with the agenda. I see some more hands. I would request that we get a report on this by over 2-3 days, so that we can put it on the group for members to understand what is transpired. And should we not discuss this, because members outside the portfolio committee also represent their organizations in other ways, so that they must be able to speak to issues of what is happening in this country. They must be able to elaborate because they are legitimate elected members on this portfolio committee as well on Parliament. Before I'm going to give to Dr. Kumalo, may I request the Deputy Minister to have a 5 minutes opening, and then we can proceed with the presentation. TM, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, Chairperson, it's still the GNU TA.
Hey. No, this life is really confusing, Chair. You know, you wake up like this one morning, and the next morning things have changed. Chair, I'm sure you want me to just welcome the DSEC entourage led by the acting DDG, Dr. Kumalo, and just to maybe introduce the third quarter annual performance plan project report. I'm sure that's what the chair wants me to do.
That's fine, Deputy Minister.
Yes, no. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, acting acting DDG, colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Chair, just to mention that the portfolio, the agenda or the subject matter, it's a straightforward matter. It deals with, of course, performance. The portfolio would just want to know what has transpired with the allocations that have been given to them. If there's any other additional information, I'm sure through discussions the department will be able to respond to that. But just to say that the report provides information on departmental events based on value for money and what stands to benefit young people, what stands to benefit women, and who are the stakeholders involved in making sure that all these programs and targets that we've set for ourselves, they are realistic and they are achievable. Having said that, I would like to, through you, Chair, maybe allow the ADG to then take us through the report, and if there are issues that need clarity, I am still here to also assist in responding, and also to mention that the minister would have wanted to be part of the portfolio, but unfortunately he couldn't. So, Chair, that is what is before the portfolio committee. Without any waste of time, Chair, maybe I can hand over to you so that you can invite the acting DG to take us through the report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Deputy Minister. I'm going to then request that we take the portfolio committee through the presentation. But Chairperson, just to also further indicate that in addition to the third quarter performance report, we were also asked to brief the portfolio committee on the employment equity plan matters and also on the book fair that took place in Cuba. So we have forwarded those documents as well, and I'm hoping, Chairperson, you will then allow us to present those two other matters in addition to the third quarter performance report. Just to comment on the third quarter performance report, we would want to just, Lodwick, are you the one who's helping me with the presentation? We would want to just try and save time, Chairperson, by emphasizing, if you go to the slide on purpose, emphasizing that we are here to appraise the portfolio committee, but also to account as required by law and enable the committee to play its oversight role. Our introduction, which I won't read in detail, also emphasizes on the compliances that we have taken into account. Please go to introductions. As I say, it indicates that we have taken into account the strategic plan of the department, the treasury regulation. We have referred to the clauses that we've made reference to, and also taken into account the National Treasury Framework that guides how we are supposed to report as a department. I'm reading through the introduction. The person who's helping me with the slide, if they can please move with me. We are also wanting just to indicate further to referring to the paragraphs that we took into account in compiling our report. We also want to indicate, going on to the next slide, Chairperson, that our report tries its best to demonstrate the targets, how we achieved against the target, but we also do a comparative in terms of our performance. Chairperson, we have received a request from this committee of ensuring that we provide detail behind the key performance indicator information and the targets against which we report. I do want to indicate, Chairperson, that we have done our best to comply with that requirement. In this presentation, we have included the detail around each and every target, but also we have provided the portfolio of evidence where applicable for each of the key performance indicators who fall under this reporting period. I want to also further indicate, Chairperson, that apart from this PowerPoint presentation, we have also provided a Word document which has got further detail. I'm just summarizing, Chair, because we might not get an opportunity to go through that Word document. That Word document takes each key performance indicator, provides information on the beneficiary or the implementing agent, depending on the format of how we delivered against that particular project. It provides criteria for selection of the province of the venue. We were requested to do that by the portfolio committee. It provides information on the cost implications. As Deputy Minister was also indicating, it provides information on the value for money as depicted by ourselves per key performance indicator, but it also provides information pertaining to other stakeholders that were involved in the execution of that particular project. So we have provided that detail, Chairperson. This particular presentation will therefore summarize what is contained in our reports. I am going to take the committee through the overall performance overview. We always try our best to do a comparative. If you go to slide 7, you would note that we have done a comparative of performance of the third quarters over the last 4 years. And we give indication of how we performed. I'm on slide 7. Please move with me. We do a comparative there that gives an indication of how we performed over those years compared to this particular financial year in terms of third quarter performance. On the next slide, we do a comparative of the annual performance. We are aware, Chairperson, that we are not doing an annual performance report, but we always find it that's valuable for ourselves as management if we keep our eye on how we have performed in the past. Zooming on this particular reporting period, the quarter ending at the end of November or at the end of December, we give an indication that if in total for this financial year of 24-25, we had 44 output indicators. For this particular quarter, which is an October, November, December quarter, which is the third quarter as indicated, we were delivering against 26 of those key performance indicators. We managed to achieve 18 of those, but failed to achieve against 8 of the performance indicators that we were supposed to deliver against. We have in the next slide outlined which are those key performance indicators that we failed to deliver against. It's the percentage of council sports that are fully constituted. It is the number of athlete development programs supported. I'm on slide 10. It is the number of organized community-based sport and recreation activities supported, the number of organized
Dr.
community-based
Kumalo.
sport and
Dr.
thanks, Chair.
Kumalo, my apologies. We have 122 pages. Members have
Yes.
received this presentation. I gather that they have
Okay,
perused
okay.
it. If Dr. Kumalo can just perhaps summarize, the most
Okay, not
important
Chair.
stuff.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. That is fine. Allow me then to go to program 1. I was going to give the chief director responsible for this to take us through, but allow me just to summarize, Chair. Program 1 is administration. If you can move, please, the person assisting me. So under program 1, that is the area where we deal with ministry management, strategic management, office of the CFO, and office accommodation. Chairperson, I think the format that we use is now very familiar to the committee. What we do there is we give indication of how performance is going against those that are not due for reporting. That is slide 15. So we give, even though they are not due for reporting in this that quarter, but we do give indication of how we are tracking performance. So I won't spend time on the ones that are blue colored. Those are the ones that are not due for reporting, but we'll take questions if there are questions on them. So I will go to the green ones and the red ones. Those are the ones that are due for reporting. On the slide 16, there is one such key performance indicator. Number of sport, arts and culture is in Imbizo, which we did deliver against. We give indication of where it took place. And on the next slide, we show some of the visuals coming from that particular engagement. So I would then go to skip through and go to a slide, because I'm just focusing on those that were due for reporting as I try and summarize. You will note there, the Chairperson, that if you go to slide, please go through to slide on percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days. We did pay all of them 100% within 30 days as per the prescript. We failed to achieve on slide 23 against the percentage of council boards that are fully constituted. The reasons for failure, Chairperson, are provided. This is because by end of December, the constitution of the PenSalb board was not finalized. So we achieved 96% as against 100%, but I do want to indicate that subsequently, with the assistance of yourself and the committee chair, this has since been attended to, and we will conclude the financial year with a board of PenSalb having been fully constituted, and also the chairperson with the assistance of the Office of the Chief Justice having been done. Going on to program 2, the recreation, development and sport promotion. I am now on slide 25. I am highlighting the number of athlete development programs supported, which we failed to achieve against. We were supposed to achieve 9, we only achieved 6, and we are giving indication of where the full support or inadequate evidence was not available. As a result of the unavailability of that information, we could not claim to have received. If you could please go to slide 25, the person who's assisting with the screening, please. The following provinces are Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, and Eastern Cape, where chairperson inadequate evidence to support achievement was as a result not or adequate evidence was not received. Then the evidence in terms of those ones that were able to deliver is provided on slide 26. On slide 27, we provide information on the one that we achieved. In fact, overachieved the number of sport and recreation bodies supported. Slide 28 is the number of organized community-based sport and recreation activities, again, which we failed to achieve because Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, and Eastern Cape could not give us adequate information to be able to claim full achievement against this particular key performance indicator. We give information from slide 29 up to slide 33 on the portfolio of evidence regarding what was done against this particular indicator. Then we move on to slide 34, where we speak about the number of national sport and recreation events implemented. That was achieved, portfolio of evidence has been provided. Slide number 36, number of hubs, clubs, or schools provided with equipment and or attire to enable participation in sport and recreation. We were supposed to achieve 1,250, slide 36, but we only achieved 1,030. And we give a reason for deviation there in terms of our failure as indicated. Portfolio of evidence is provided. I'm going to slide 39 now, where we talk about the number of school sport leagues supported at district level. We were supposed to do 20. Adequate evidence could only be received to warrant for 15 of those school sport leagues that were supported. Again, the same provinces, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, and Eastern Cape, were the defaulters. We've given evidence going on to slide 43, number of municipalities supported, achieved, and we've given evidence which of those municipalities were supported, 52 of the municipalities that were supported. And we'll take questions, Chair. We've got pictures that indicate the kind of support and what projects going on to page 54. There are projects, key performance indicators that are not due for reporting, so I'm skipping through those, going to the number of monitoring reports compiled on the heritage legacy facilities developed and maintained. That's on slide 58. We did achieve on both of them what had been planned to be done against that particular key performance indicator. I am now going to the program 3. I've noted, Chairperson, that the presentation is not moving, so I'm not sure whether it's my challenge or that is generic. So I'm using my slide presentations. I am hoping that it's not a challenge for the portfolio committee members. Program 3 is where we are now, which is on slide 60. This is arts, culture, promotion, and development, Chairperson. We did achieve against the number of multi-year human language technologies, and we've provided the evidence as has been requested. Going on to the one that was due on slide 66, the number of university students supported to study languages. We are sitting at 187 bursaries against 140. Chairperson, we have explained in the past that this is mainly due to the fact that we are not awarding bursaries directly to the recipients, but through universities. And you will find that from university to university, the fees differ as per the language-related modules that are provided in those higher education institutions. We have provided information of where those higher education institutions are. As program 3, we failed to achieve against what is on slide 68, the number of projects supported to enable local and international market access. Here, Chairperson, we were supposed to support 9. We were able to support or to report on 7. And it's because of lack of adequate evidence that we could not claim full achievement. This is basically around the issue of full reporting by the beneficiaries, where if at all the information is not fully submitted, we don't claim to have achieved. Program and the evidence there of those supported is provided. Going on to slide number 71, in terms of the number of youth-focused arts development programs supported, that was achieved. We had 1 such program that we were going to do during that quarter, and it was done, and we are providing the evidence in terms of that particular project, School Arts Championships, as indicated. On slide 72, number of progress reports on the implementation of international relations strategy achieved, number of community conversations or dialogue implemented to foster social interaction achieved, and we've provided where exactly those took place. We failed to achieve on slide 75, number of advocacy platforms on social cohesion and nation building implemented. This is basically because we are dealing with the matter of the social cohesion advocates program. It is currently on hold, and we had to find another system of delivery to be able to deliver against that particular program. We then delivered against 2. We delivered 2 against 5, and we are indicating where exactly those are, and portfolio of evidence has been provided. Slide 79, number of national days celebrated. During that quarter, it was the it was the Reconciliation Day, and we are providing the information pertaining to that. Number of national and provincial flagship projects supported. We failed to achieve this flagship project. Basically, we were supposed to do 8, we did 5. And we are able to provide the information as to why there was a deviation. Basically here, this is what we offer in coordination and consultation with the provinces. And at the last minute, you find that some of them will come to us and say they want to postpone their event to another quarter, as it happened with the Muradile tribute we indicating there. And also you find that some of them, even though the event has happened, but the information that they give us has got some outstanding information, so we cannot claim to have fully supported it. So as it happens with the OR Tambo and Choral Festival and Umtiza event that took place in Eastern Cape, they did take place, but because the information that was subsequently submitted, the evidence could not warrant us to claim full achievement. Creative industry projects supported. This was achieved. Evidence is provided. And then I'm going to program 4, which is the last program, Heritage Promotion and Preservation. This particular program achieved all its key performance indicators. Slide 91, number of initiatives implemented, achieved, portfolio provided, portfolio of evidence provided. Going on to slide 94, I'm going to 95 now. Number of progress reports on resistance and liberation heritage road programs received and analyzed. That was achieved. Number of records digitized. The number of those records achieved, that has been provided as well. The number of libraries financially supported, 23 of them were financially supported, and the information of which those libraries or where those libraries are has also been provided. Lastly is the number of gazette notices on standardized geographical names published, and we do indicate that 1 was supposed to be gazetted and was supposed to be published, and that was done. I would want then, through you, Chairperson, to quickly hand over to CFO. He will summarize the financial performance
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to
Performance
you.
during this quarter. CFO, you can go ahead.
Okay. No, thanks, and good morning to you, Honorable Chair and honorable members, and DM and colleagues. I'll be doing the expenditure report for the 31st December 2024. Next slide. The next one. On the executive summary, Chair, the department has spent about 74%, and the treasury target is 75%, which is 4.5 billion that we spent, and then against the budget of 6.1 billion. And then on the projected, we wanted to spend 49, and the under expenditure, there's 335 million. And then on composition of employees, Chair, we did have a little bit of under expenditure there, but 73, we projected 73, but we spent about 72%. When we round it off, it's still 73. But also we did have a pressure under composition of employees, and Treasury did accommodate and approve the environment that assisted us to go back to normality. So also that addition also affect your MTF budget, meaning that the 10 million that we got is going to be included in the next budget moving forward. And then on goods and services, we do have an issue there, the shortfall that we have talked about in the previous meetings. And that shortfall comes from the operating lease. And that operating lease is the lease that we pay to public works in terms of maintaining the buildings of state that we occupy. And given the period under review, Chair, some of those offices we did maintain ourselves because public works could not do that. But then what we did write the letter now to the Minister of Public Works to request that moving forward, because the buildings belong to them. So we can't pay rent at the same time maintain. So we are now trying to reach an agreement that either you pay the lease or they don't charge us the rental, then we can maintain those buildings so also they don't collapse. And then that is on goods and services. Under transfer payment in general, Chair, there was on the sports grant, some provinces that did have a non-compliance, which is Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, and Mpumalanga, and that the under expenditure there is as a result of that, and that was about 50 million. And then you did have an overheating on your leave gratuity because of the money that was paid to the previous staff, to the MEC in terms, to the ministers in terms of pension. That is the money that converted after the days left before they go on pension, Chair, or leave the department. And then next slide. Another slide to the tables. I'll try to do it from my side, Chair, if you allow. And then on the program level, we spend about 408 million against the budget of 156, which is administration, which is 89%. Recreation and development, we spend 877 million with a 68%. And then arts and culture and promotion, we spent 1.1 billion, which is 71%, and heritage and promotion we spend about 76.1. And on overall the department by the end of December we spent an amount of 4.5 billion, and then the remaining was 1.5, which is about 74.4%, as said previous presentation. Next slide. On the economic classification, that is deal with the composition of employees. We are sitting at the 72.8, which is 73%. And like I said, the additional money there assisted. We did studying overheating on the composition of employees. Goods and services, the over expenditure there of 88 instead of 75 is as a result of the issue of the operating lease. Under transfer in general, we spend about 74, but because of the non-compliance of those provinces, including also the the issue of the leave gratuity, already discussed on that, Chair. On the capital payment, we still face a serious issue under infrastructure. One of the contributors there is Batman and Archives, Chair. And then if you look at it also, we are sitting at 74% with a remaining budget by the end of the financial year, 3 months, is 1.5 billion. I'll end here, Chair. Thanks very much.
Chairperson, through you, thank you very much. That was the first part of our presentation. You had further requested that we present on the employment equity plan of the department. If I can request that that presentation be put up. Chairperson, in compliance with the Employment Equity Act, we also have followed that particular act. We have the chairperson of the Employment Equity Committee of the department. They deal with both employment equity and skills development. He's present in the meeting, Mr. Retif Leroux, one of the directors in the department, but he's here in his capacity as the chairperson of that committee, employment equity and skills development. I am going to request that Retif takes you through, and he would also try and save on time, takes you through this presentation, which was also requested by the portfolio committee for today's meeting. Retif, if you could please go ahead. Ludwig, you've taken down the presentation. Sorry, Retif. Just seeing the presentation has come down now, but you can go ahead.
Thank you, DG, honorable members, honorable Minister. As DG indicated, we did circulate the presentation. Also, I think 2 weeks ago, the department's current employment equity plan was circulated. So I will try and make up some time. If I can start off with just some introductory notes, some general introductory notes. Firstly, I need to indicate that the department fully support employment equity and all its initiatives, and that would include issues around affirmative action, which is geared towards achieving a diverse workforce which is broadly represented of the people of South Africa, as captured in the Employment Equity Act in the preamble. The department's current 5-year employment equity plan, which was submitted to Department of Employment and Labour, it runs for or covers the period 1 September 2020 until 31 August 2025. Obviously, this plan came out just after the implementation of NMOG, the National Macro Organising of Government, which was a period of problems in getting this employment equity plan sorted, because we were still busy with the implementation of that NMOG. It's a merger of 2 departments. There were a lot of duplication and so forth. So the new plan is then due by August of this year, and work has already started. We are actually just waiting for the Department of Employment and Labour to give us the new targets going forward. I am reasonably sure that the new plan, which we will table in August with the Department of Employment and Labour, will be more comprehensive and based on a thorough analysis of where we are in the department at the moment. As the acting DG indicated, we've got a fully functional employment equity and skills development committee with representation from organised labour. And in this case, in our department, it is NEHAWU as well as the Public Service Association, which among others assist with the analysis which is required in Section 19 of the Act. And this analysis then obviously assists with the identification of barriers as well as AA measures that need to be implemented in order to address the barriers. The analysis of the employment equity target is done monthly. We've got a person, a employment equity practitioner, who's full-time doing it on a monthly basis, and then the Employment Equity and Skills Development Committee meet on a quarterly basis to review progress towards achieving EE, but also to identify the challenges for escalation to the executive management. Also, perhaps just it is not in this in your presentation. I can also just say that all our reports to the Department of Employment and Labour is up to date. You would know that we report on an annual basis in January. So the January 2025 report has been submitted and it was acknowledged by the Department of Employment and Labour. In the employment equity plan of the department, one of the issues that was identified as a barrier is the fact that some of our advertisements are not specific on the employment equity targets. And it was also then decided that in order to address this issue, going forward, advertisements should clearly indicate the intention to fill specific positions with people from designated groups, including people with disabilities. And then we come actually then to the targeted advertisement or targeted advertising, which was quite an issue in the last couple of months after the union, Givusa, raised a concern about positions in the ministry that was, according to them, excluding certain groups or races. But the targeted advertising, as explained above, is not a new thing to the public service, and it is widely used in a number of departments. And I gave some examples there. Recently, the Department of Transport advertised where they clearly indicated white male, white female, colored female, Indian male, Indian female, and people with disabilities are encouraged to apply. The same with Department of Basic Education, who indicated preference will be given to underrepresented groups as per the DBE employment equity targets. And then the Department of Human Settlements indicated it's our intention to promote representativity, race, gender, and disability. The practice of targeted recruitment is also provided for in the Department of Employment and Labour's Code of Good Practices on the integration of employment equity into human resource policies and practices, specifically paragraph 737 of this code, which reads as follows. When advertising positions, employers may state that preference will be given to members of designated groups, however, does not suggest that the process of recruitment exclude members from non-designated groups. The fact that DSIC may indicate preferences will be given to a certain group or race or gender do not exclude those from other groups, races, and genders. And a recent appointment is a point in case where we advertise a position of Assistant Director Financial Accounting for where we indicated basically preference will be given to African male, colored male, Indian male, white woman, and colored female, or persons with disabilities. But in the end, an African female was appointed because no suitable candidate was found from the designated groups. The department make very sure in all the advertisements that the fact that no group, race, or gender is excluded is clearly articulated with the following standard inclusion. All our adverts do have this clause. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is an equal opportunity affirmative action employer. The employment decision shall be informed by the employment equity plan of the department to achieve its employment equity targets. It is the department's intention to promote equity which include race, gender, and disability, through the filling of these posts. Should the department not be able to recruit candidates from disadvantaged groups, other groups will be considered for appointment. So lastly, I just want to say again that there's no truth in the fact that or in the claim that any group, race, or gender are not wanted in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Everybody is true, everybody is welcome. We have seen that also even recently, 2 years ago, when we appointed interns, where we went out of our way to try and attract interns of all race groups and genders. Unfortunately and successfully, we were only able to appoint one Indian male and the rest were all Africans, but we tried. So the point I'm just trying to make is that everybody is welcome. This next slide actually is exactly as it is captured in the employment equity plan of the department. It's the workplace profile, including people with disabilities, as captured in 2020 in the plan. That is the figures in black. And then I just went and I tried to give a comparison of where we are now with figures in red. It is not a true reflection because of the fact that on the second last line, the unskilled and defined decision making, you would see there's two figures with asterisks, and there we qualified it to say those also include interns and contract workers, which we don't necessarily include in our employment or our monthly or quarterly reports. But it was just a question of indicating where we are now. Then with hindsight, I should have included, I've got a slide here which you unfortunately don't have, which covers the whole department, but I'll just quickly run through it. The whole department as of March 2025 actually indicate that African males are underrepresented by 24, colored males are underrepresented by 22, Indian males underrepresented by 9, white males underrepresented by 14, and then, and I think that's where the big problem comes in, African females is overrepresented by 83. And we will go into the details just now, and I'll show you exactly. Also, colored females are underrepresented by 12, and white females, I need to mention that specifically, is on target. It's not underrepresented, it's not overrepresented. If we then look at the top management of the department as it is at the moment, and I need to indicate this then include minister, the deputy minister, and the 3 DDGs. That is where we are now. You would see actually it indicate that colored males are overrepresented. Obviously, that's the deputy minister, and that's out of our control. And it also indicates that African females are overrepresented, sorry, with 1, which is not a train smash. Our senior management, you would see that basically the females, African female, colored females, and Indian females are overrepresented, whilst African males and colored males and Indian males are underrepresented, as is female, white females is on target, one person short. The next one, and that's the one that was advertised. This is the level that was advertised, which created the whole issue with GIWUSA, the General Industrial Workers Union of South Africa, because there were 2 posts that was advertised on this level in the office of the minister. And I need to indicate that if you go and look at the gap here, clearly then African males were excluded because they overrepresented here, as is women, white female, which is also overrepresented, as well as African females. We subsequently also had some parliamentary questions on the issue, and I tried to explain it as well. So all the other groups were included: colored male, Indian male, white males, colored females, Indian females were included, but those others where there's overrepresentation were excluded. Not excluded in a sense of they can't apply. They were not in our preferred group or our preference group. So I hope that explains it. The next one is the skilled, technical, and academically qualified level. Again, where we have an overrepresentation of African females of 34.
I think, Retief, we have made the point there through the chairperson. Can I just ask that perhaps you conclude your presentation, and because we still have one more presentation that we were asked to do in this meeting.
All right. Can we then just go to the third last slide, the targets for the minister? I just want to mention that, and I'll finish with that one. Just one back. That's it, yes. I haven't seen the new Minister Mackenzie's performance agreement with the President. However, the previous two ministers, being Kodwa and Mtetwa, they all had certain specific targets with regard to women at SMS level. And that target is 50%, which we are well above. We are at 56% at the moment. The target for persons with disabilities was 2%. We are also above that with 2.54%. But I must also say on this one, the persons with disabilities, there's a lot of gray areas because the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities came with a new target of 3% by next year and 7% by 2030. Which the Department of Employment and Labour has not accepted yet. It's still under consideration. The same with the Department of Public Service and Administration. The one where we are still short is youth, because the target for youth by 2030 is 30%, and we at the moment at 28%, but we are getting there slowly but surely. And that is my presentation on the employment equity within the SAC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Retief. Again, through you, Chair, there is one more presentation we were asked in the reviewed agenda for today, which we were requested to come and table a report on the participation, on South Africa's participation at the 2025 Havana Book Fair in Cuba, which took place in Cuba. I would then request that the Director, Books and Publishing, takes the meeting through this presentation. Catherine, again, noting the time, please. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, ADG. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, colleagues. We can go to slide number 2. Yes, South Africa was invited to participate at the Havana Book Fair, which takes place in Cuba, and it took place on the 13th to the 23rd of February, 2025. As a department, we participate on these platforms as part of market access, opening up markets for our cultural and creative industry sector in the country. 15 South African authors were supported to represent the country by participating at the book fair. And participation included hosting seminars and also participating in the cultural program for the opening and the closing of the fair. The delegation was led by Deputy Minister Mabe, accompanied by her PA and 2 officials from the department, that is the Director for Books and Publishing and Deputy Director, International Relations. We can go to the next. slide, please. So an internal team was established to work on preparations for this participation. And I should also mention that our participation at the fair was as the guest of honor country. So the team engaged the 3 sector representatives appointed at the Minister's Prosperity, representing the different cultural and creative sectors, but in this case, we're looking at the literary sector. And they were requested to forward names, consult with the sector, and forward possible names for participation. And in the process, additional names were also put together, and from the planning team that was working on participation at Venezuela, similarly in the same financial year, 2024-25, and a consolidated list of 35 literary practitioners was put together and submitted for approval. Subsequent to that, we also received additional names, from additional names to the list, and the final delegation was drawn and approved from the consolidated additional names. These names were selected based on a criteria which looked at provinces, provincial representativity, racial inclusion of authors living with disabilities, and gender representativity, as well as potential for a cultural practitioner to be able to represent the country at that international level. Also, the host requested that South Africa should also participate at their opening and closing ceremonies, participate by offering a musician. They wanted 2 musicians. The planning team then made an allocation of an author who is also a musician to ensure that both roles are fulfilled without any compromise to participation in seminar programs. As a result, Unatinkai was recommended and approved to participate in this regard. Can you go to the next, please? This is the list of the authors who were then approved and represented the country at this book fair. We've got Mr. Eugene Damons, Ms. Nombeko.
Catherine, can I request that you don't read names? I think members have received. Chair, can I also indicate that we have also sent the profile of each of those authors as a separate document? It was forwarded to the Secretariat. Catherine, please continue.
Thank you, ADG. This 33rd edition of the Havana International Book Fair was celebrated under theme A Whole Country in Books. This was in celebration of the 25th anniversary of the creation of territorial publishing system in Cuba. The fair was also dedicated to the 130th anniversary of the fall in combat of the Cuban national hero, Jose Marti. South Africa participated under the theme Papers of Resistance, which looked at the relationship that South Africa has with Cuba and the assistance received during the fight against apartheid, while celebrating the 30 years of democracy that is celebrated by South Africa in this financial year. A number of seminar topics then were formulated in line with the theme that we've crafted for the sector practitioners to base their discussions on, the seminars that they participated under. South Africa was given a 1-vault exhibition stand for free as the guest of honor, and the embassy, South African embassy in Cuba, assisted with the appointment of Cuban engineers to build the stand, working together with the planning team here at home. So we also involved our departmental designer to ensure that we curate a relevant artwork and designed accordingly. The artwork that was speaking to the theme that we have selected, and ensuring that the art that is curated sells the good story of South Africa as a country. Just to give a snapshot, the reception counter was nicely decorated in Chivenda and Isindebele prints to showcase some of the South African cultures as visitors are welcome to the exhibition stand, the South African exhibition stand. And promotional marketing materials marketing the country were also distributed to visitors. Seminars addressing South African theme were hosted at the South African stand, and this attracted many participants at the fair. This is how our stand looked like, bringing the audience to South Africa, the look and feel of the stand. We can go to the next. The program of activities involving the participants included a combination of interviews, lectures, discussions, live readings, poetry reading, and performances. Get to know our participants in a question and answer session. All activities took place at the South African stand, where South African books were exhibited and sold. Participating authors were provided an opportunity to bring along their English books to sell, and these were well received, and most were bought. The Deputy Minister participated in the following ceremonies. There's the act of flags and opening ceremony. And along this also, she had meetings with counterparts, the university there and the arts and culture in Cuba. At the act of flags, the flags of Cuba and that of South Africa were hoisted, and the military band sang the national anthems for both countries. Opening ceremony, in attendance, there was the president of Cuba, ministers, cultural officials, writers, publishers, intellectuals, and artists. There was a welcome and thank you speeches were given by both countries, the Deputy Minister Mabe, representing South Africa, and those from Cuba. Unatinkai rendered a musical performance, both events. And the delegation traveled to and from and participated successfully at the book fair. The total amount spent is at approximately 2.9. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catherine, Chairperson. That concludes our presentations, the three that we were requested to make to this meeting. I would like to hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Unfortunately, the last presentation, the member who has asked for a report is in absentia, but nevertheless, there are other members present as well. Honorable members, I will now open the floor for deliberations, discussions, questions. Honorable Moletsani, I see your hand, following by Honorable Eugene Mtetwa, in that order. You may proceed, Honorable Moletsani.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning again, Chair. Let me just appreciate the report that we've just received from the department. Chair, let me start at the last report that has just been presented. The one of Havana Book Festival. I felt that, Chair, the report does not have much. It's only just a skeleton, according to me. I've tried to read it several times, but I couldn't go through. I just want to check two things. Those people who participated in that event, how they were chose to be part of the event. What was the criteria behind behind it. Did the province, different province, did they consider it when choosing those 15 book writers who were part of that? Did they consider people from other provinces for them to be part of that book writers? Secondly, Chairperson, as I'm saying that, I'm going to start with the last report. The second from the last report, the equity employment report. You know, Chair, that on its own, that equity employment report, it's just, to me, I will say it's just a scam, because the last PC meeting, the last virtual, not this one of Tuesday, the last PC meeting, we asked about that equity, employment equity. And today I'm surprised when the presentation was being made regarding it. I'm not sure the official who was making the presentation, where was he when the advert went out, when that advert said preference will be given to white, black, white, coloreds, and Indians? Where was he when that advert it was sent out? I mean, Chairperson, at this age, we cannot be talking about the equity that includes the Africans. I just want to check. I had the report with me here from Stats SA. Let me just open that report. I had the report with me here from Stats SA that is talking about the percentage of unemployment. The report, it's from quarter 4 of 2014 to quarter 4 of 2024. The report said that the percentage of unemployed African black, it's 35.8%. The colored, it's 22.3%. It even declined from 22.9 to 22.3%. And then in the Indians, it's 14.0%. And then the whites, it declined from 7.7% to 6.7%. And here we have been told that the advert, the preference will be given to whites, colored, and Indians, whereas we can see that the numbers are talking for itself. I'm still on the very same question. Are we saying that those Africans who are qualified to be employed, they are not going to be employed based on their color? Are we going to say that for us to have this equity, employment equity? You know, Chair, I'm going to say something that is very painful. And if you want me to call me to order, let it be, it's fine. For us to reach this freedom that we are talking about today, people have died. There are parents who lost their children. There are children who don't know their parents. There are parents who don't know the grave of their children. For us to be here today, and today we are coming here to talk about that you cannot, the employment, it's only preference will be given to those. Chair, it means we are undermining the laws of this country. It means we are undermining the laws of this country when we are starting to say that. I think it's high time that we need to have one-on-one meeting physically, so with the department, regarding this issue of employment equity. It can be in 2025, we are still talking about preference will be given to. And the numbers are talking to us that the high number of unemployment is on blacks. The high number of the population in South Africa, the high number it's makes by blacks, the very same blacks that today we want to exclude them from employment. It can't be, Chairperson. I can't be sitting in this portfolio as a member of ANC, listening to the report that is undermining our previously disadvantaged people. It can't be, right, Chairperson. No, it can't be. And I think this is for the last time we hear this issue. It's either people wants to toe the line or they must just leave the department. They must just leave the department. It can't be, right, Chairperson. It can't be. At this age, we are still talking about preference will be given to. Whereas the numbers are talking to us that the high number of unemployment is African. It's African blacks. You are talking to us that preference will be given to. Hey, Chairperson, we are not here to play. We are not here to play. And for that matter, I cannot be sitting in the meeting that is being, we are being told something like that. I can't be sitting in that meeting, Chairperson. This is wrong. Secondly, Chair, in the past portfolio meeting, not this one of Tuesday, we've talked about the forensic report. I was expecting that this quarterly report will say something about it. And it's for the third time that I'm raising it and nothing has been said about it. And let nothing be said about it. I think the next step that I will do, I will write to the Speaker of the Parliament, raise my points there, because we don't get answers from the department. Number 4, Chairperson, there were officials who were on suspensions, and Dr. Kumalo last time raised that investigation are still continuing with those officials and so forth. And remember, the item on its own did not come to the portfolio. It's us who raised it to the DG. It has never come to us, that item regarding the officials who were suspended, and then the DG said, no, there are investigations that are happening. And the suspensions happen in December, which is the quarter that we are talking about it now. Till today, there is nothing that has been said. And Chair, I'm aware that there are officials who were suspended, but they've been brought back to work. And nothing has been said regarding that again. So my question on that is that those officials who are now being brought back, are they in their original position of expertise, or have they been taken to other departments? And I know for sure that others have been taken to other departments, and I want to know the reason why they were taken to other departments. And the other thing, Chair, I would like to get the status quo of all of those officials who were suspended. And how far is the investigation? And when are they going to conclude with the investigation? Because remember, those people, they are being suspended with full pay, and we want to know what is happening. The other thing, Chair, is the issue of the big work. The big work happened somewhere in October. I thought that it will be part of this quarterly report, which is not. As the department, we've raised the issue of the big work, that big work, the department is spending a lot of money on it, and they must try to cut where they can be able to cut to minimize the expenditure of that big work. But my issue is here. We usually take those big works to affluent area. Let me make an example with Western Cape. You take that big work to Claremont. You pay the owner of the stadium, one, huge man. Two, the impact. Does that big work make impact to all the residents or to all the community in Western Cape? Because immediately when you take that to an affluent area, are you saying a person from Nyanga can be able to attend? Are you saying a person from Guguletu can be able to attend? Why can't you take that to a central area where we are not going to pay much money like as you pay in Claremont? And Chair, the other thing is that why can't we use the entities that are from the department which are in Western Cape to be the one that are running those big work? And the other thing is that that big work, a chairperson, why can't we take that big work to let me make an example. I'm staying in Pelican Park. Why can't we take the big work in an area where the people from Khayelitsha, Mitchell's Plain, Pelican Park, and then you check the common area for those people where it can be held, rather than taking this to an affluent area where the people from location won't be able to attend. I think we need to check this thing of the big work. For an example, does it make impact to any people who are in rural areas? Are the people in rural areas benefited from this big work? They don't benefit, Chairperson. We can't have something that benefit people who are already benefited and left people who don't have anything who can benefit. If you take that to a place like Guguletu, for an example, we have the small SMMEs in those areas who are selling at the corner of the street, who are selling somewhere. That big work on its own, when we take it there, people will buy some whatever things that they need in those people. At the end of the day, you've made impact, not only by bringing by people who attended, but also impact on the people who are running small business in that area. I think, Chairperson, some other things we need to look at them. The last time we said this big work, it mustn't, we gave them the budget of 1 million. If I still remember very well, members will just remind me. We gave them the budget of 1 million and they surpassed that 1 million like as if it's nothing. Are we going to sit here and let the department do as they wish? You know, one thing that I like, it's us who are approving the budget. If things are going like this, Chairperson, those officials, they will approve that budget themselves. They will approve that budget themselves. Now I will not take part approving the budget that at the end of the day, people will be spending without adhering to what we are requesting them to do. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Molatane has mentioned quite a number of issues. I am going to give Tisek an opportunity to respond to that. Then I will give Honorable Mtetwa an opportunity for his questions. Tisek.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the honorable member for the questions. I would give my colleagues an opportunity to respond to the questions, just taking turns responding to the questions. But Chairperson, allow me to just start with some of the questions, providing some of the responses. In terms, Catherine will talk to the process. Again, she did highlight it in the presentation, but she will talk to the process that was followed in terms of identifying those that ultimately participated at the Havana Book Fair. However, I wanted just to indicate that in terms of representation from the provinces, in the Word document, which was an attachment to this presentation, Chair, we do give indication of the gender, the race, and the provinces from which these participants came from. Members would note that these authors came from 8 different provinces. The only province where we did not get a representation was Northern Cape. And we continue to work with Northern Cape because this is not isolated to this particular event. We do have these kind of challenges which we are trying to deal with the province of Northern Cape. However, all the other participants, Western Cape 2, Eastern Cape 2, Gauteng 5, Free State 1, KZN 2, Northwest 1, Limpopo 1, Mpumalanga 1. That's the provincial spread of the people that participated. Catherine will then come in and explain the procedure that was followed. I wanted also, Chair, just to come in and request that with regard to the forensic report, again, I'm assuming that Honorable Molisana is talking about the one that is with Minister. I would request that maybe through you, a letter be written to Minister, Chair, because I don't think any of the officials here in this meeting, we would be in a position to give an update on a report that was tabled or submitted directly to Minister. That's a humble request, Chairperson, regarding that. With the officials that are on suspension, again, Chair, in this platform, there are officials that are witnesses in these investigations, and I'm going to really request that I be allowed not to go into a detail around this one, because it then compromises a process, or a disciplinary process that has actually commenced in the department. Again, I'm going to highlight, in our presentation, we were talking to what is in the APP as per the KPIs. So in these APPs, we don't have a KPP that talks to suspensions. However, if a committee wants us to submit a report on all suspensions in the department and the status of each one, we can do that. Again, I'm going to repeat what I said at the other meeting where the same question was asked. We've got 2 officials that were suspended in December 19, and we've got 2 officials that were suspended on a different matter in January. As I said, allow me not to mention the details behind that because of some of the witnesses that are in this meeting in the form of officials. Now, in keeping with the 60 days provision, after the 60 days had concluded and the investigations had not been concluded, those officials were then moved to our entities, and one of them in the position of an acting CEO, one of them in the position of the office of the CEO, in keeping with the levels that they are in the department, to continue providing work there as they are being paid, as Honorable Member has said. However, they couldn't come back to their positions given the fact that the investigations have not been concluded. We have been given a commitment by external investigators that were appointed that the reports on the investigations would be coming through on the 11th of April. But as I said, there are 2 different cases here, Chair. With the other cases, we already have had the first disciplinary sitting taking place. But as I indicated, Chair, if you can please allow us not to go into detail about a case that is going through a disciplinary process, especially given how the case itself could be compromised. And then colleagues will talk to the big work question also from the honorable member. But the honorable member was saying we are saying nothing in the report. We are saying nothing in our report about the big walk, whereas it took place in October. Honorable Member Molitsane is correct. Yes, the big walk took place in October. Hence, it is there in our report, slide numbers 29 and slide numbers 30, and it's also contained in the detailed presentation, in the detailed attachment where we were requested by the committee to give a detail behind each and every event, the detail around the big walk, which is now provincially spread. It's happening throughout the country in the different provinces. But Deboho would go into a whole lot more detail, talking to the issues of this taking place in affluent areas, the impact thereof, as has been indicated, and also that we got an instruction not to exceed 1 million, which we have gone ahead and exceeded. I do need to indicate, Chair, that I'm not aware of the instruction, but perhaps the colleagues would be aware of that instruction and the directive that came from the committee. Through you, Chair, just in adding to what the areas that I've covered, can I request that we start with Retief and the Chief Director, HR, if you want to come in, you can, on the other questions regarding employment equity, but you can also add to what I've said, if at all you believe there is anything else you want to add on the issue of provincial representation. But please do address the questions each and every question on the issues of employment equity. I'm going to come back to you, Catherine. Sorry, I'll come back to you on the issues of how participants were identified. Let me start with employment equity through the chairperson, Retief and Zoleka, if you can please come in.
Thank you, DG. Yes, I take note of
DG,
comments.
before we going back to that issue, and the portfolio secretary must take note of what I'm saying. We will soon have a training on other related matters as well. But I think the portfolio committee in this particular case, Honorable Moletsane, as a member of parliament, has a right to ask questions pertaining to suspensions, the reason why people are being suspended. And I mean, at the end of the day, when people are suspended, and I think I've said it in one of our previous meetings, it has an effect on workers. We also, as members, would like to see and find out whether there was due processes involved, and very much so when it comes to these issues in terms of our oversight. Really, I think it's of utmost importance. But when a case is in court, yes, then it's sub judice. But I think members are entitled, even if a case is in court, members have the right to be explained the process of what has transpired. So I'm not too sure about the difficulty of telling us who is suspended. What are the reasons for the suspension? Is it, hands in the toes? Is it work related? What are the reasons for that? I think members have that particular right in terms of parliamentarians to ask questions in this particular case. Any response, DG?
Yes, Chairperson, I agree with you. Members have a right. And as I indicated, I also, I'm just going to repeat because I did highlight and outline the reasons for suspension, even when I was asked the same question last time. But what I was requesting, Chair, is that I don't go into details in terms of what is currently happening, because the matter is still going through the hearings and there are people in this meeting that are witnesses. In the last meeting, when I was asked the same question, Chair, I did indicate that the two officials that were suspended on the 19th of December are the DDG Corporate Services and the Chief Director for Social Cohesion. And their suspension are in line with the Social Cohesion Advocates Program issues that have been raised directly with the minister that raised concern. Procedure was followed, Chairperson, in terms of asking them to submit their own responses to the allegations that were raised, which they duly did. They did submit their responses. And based on the two responses that were received from the two officials, a decision was then made to put them on suspension while a thorough investigation is taking place, which is what I said was taking place right now. And the delivery date has been given to us by an external investigating company that was appointed, that it would be the 11th of April. Those are the two. The others that were suspended on the 7th and the 8th of January are the Chief Director for International Relations and also the Director, also in the International Relations Directorate. And the reasons for their suspension pertain to table tennis equipment that was donated by China to the department. And again, the same process was followed. The allegations that were submitted by the Chinese to the minister had initially a meeting with these officials and other officials in the IR section of the department. And then the two officials that were seen to be implicated were written letters allowing them to respond to the department, which they did. Within 5 days, they did respond. And based on their responses, a decision was made that further investigation was required. They were then suspended. And their first sitting has already taken place at Chairperson, and the process continues.
Thank you so much, DG. I'm happy for the second response, and rightfully said, I don't want to prevent the portfolio committee member to do her job and to keep the minister, the department, accountable for actions. And it is important for us to know these kinds of things. Thank you. The previous speaker may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Without trying to deflect or shift blame, I need to, and I'll start with the second part of Honourable Molotsane's question, on the issue of unemployment being very high in the department, 35% of African blacks or blacks and so forth. But unfortunately, the targets are prescribed by the Department of Employment and Labour. It is not something the department make up, DSIC. And also, those targets are not based on the unemployed. It is based on the economically active population within South Africa. I fully agree. It might be true that it need to be the other way around, that we start looking at the unemployed instead of the active, economically active population. But at this stage, it is something that we don't have control over. It is something that is prescribed by Department of Employment and Labour, who are the custodians of the Employment Equity Act, and we just implement, trying to comply with the Act. As to the first part of the question, where were I when those posts were advertised? I tried in my presentation to explain and to indicate on the specific level, where the gaps were with regard to the targets of the department and why then certain groups were not excluded, but were not included in the preference group. So I've been involved all along. It is not as if I abdicated or just gave it over to HR to implement. We have been in this process all along, even from the side of the Employment Equity Committee. I hope that answers it. Unfortunately, we work on the targets that we get from Department of Employment and Labour, and those targets are based on the economically active population in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so.
Sorry, Chair. Can we still continue? Thanks, Chair. Zolega, Chief Director, do you want to add to the issues of employment equity before I go to book fair?
Thank you
Oh,
so much, ADG. Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister, and colleagues from the department. No, Chair, I'm covered with everything that Retief had indicated. It is true that the targets we are using are prescribed from the Department of Labour, and from there, we develop our own equity plan for the department, and that guides us as to how we recruit in the 5 years. So he hit it correctly, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Can someone also speak us through the Employment Equity Act? How has it been done in direct line with the Employment Equity Act when it comes to these target settings?
Thanks, Chair. The Chief Director would respond. Ms. Lamati. Okay, they're not getting a response there. Retief, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, DJ. If I got the question correct, I think it is a question of the workforce profile of the department being aligned then to the targets that we receive from Department of Employment and Equity. If one go to those slides that are the colorful slides as well, one would then see actually that we say, okay, this is the national employment economically active population according to Department of Labour. The second line, it says DSAC workforce profile, meaning that's where we are at the moment, and then we can work according to that. The underrepresented according our workforce compared to the economic active population or whether it is over represented. So it's a question of the workforce of the department, and that is why it changes on a month-to-month basis. People resign, new people are appointed, and so forth. So it needs to be taken into consideration, all those moves, and then it is compared to those targets that are given by the Department of Labour. And the third issue, I think it is also a question of that we are trying to have equal spread on all the levels, meaning it is no good going to say, yes, we have achieved our employment equity targets, but a specific race is on one level. Let's say Africans are all on the lowest level, then also we have not achieved our objective. So those are the three issues: the workforce profile of the department compared to the national economic active population of the country, and then the levels in the department.
Let me get to the crux of the members' concern pertaining to the advertisement. Can you assure the member that through this advertisement favoring a certain race group, does that have the potential to violate the Employment Equity Act, yes or no, or an explanation is also fine?
Chair, no. I've gone to lengths to try and explain that the underrepresentation on that level of certain groups made it for us possible to then say, and in line with the code of good practice from the Department of Employment and Labour, to say that preference will be given. It's not to say, and I made the point and I gave an example as well, that in another position where we also said preference will be given to a specific or specific groups. However, we couldn't find somebody from that group, and therefore they still appointed and so-called overrepresented a person from an overrepresented group. So the short answer is no. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. You may proceed with the other issues raised by Honorable Molatsane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Catherine, please, if you can come in on the questions regarding the book fair.
Thank you very much, ADG. And I believe you've already covered the part where they're asking about the provinces. That is the basis. We start from there. It forms the basis of the criteria when it comes to a selection of authors to participate on this platform in any book fair, internationally, even nationally. So we ensure that all the provinces are represented, but also knowing that as a country, we should take care of, take into consideration the diversity that is there in the country in terms of race, language, and all of that. We do take care of that. It's unfortunate that most of the time we are limited of the number that we have to take, and based on the budget that is available. In my presentation, I indicated that we followed a criteria that looked at provinces, that looked at race, and that looked at also the capability of the authors to represent the country at that level. So all of those are taken into consideration, and we included the sector representatives to make sure that we are transparent in what we're doing, and make sure that they also source names from the sector as a whole, even though that we knew that it's only 15 authors that we could manage to support, but at least they will be from the different spread in the country. So yes, we have the criteria that we follow, and it looks at all those aspects that I've just mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Catherine. Tebogo, if you could please come in on all the questions regarding the big walk. I've already said it's also there in our presentation, but also there in the detailed attachment. If you can then address the specific questions from Honorable Member Molatsane. Tebogo.
No. Thanks, ADG, and once again, good afternoon, Chairperson and members and colleagues. Chair, just on the issue of the big walk. The main big walk event is held at Fountains in Pretoria in partnership with ourselves, 20 Metro and the province. And we have largely there about 30,000 participants. This year we had just over 24 to 25,000 participants that were there. And because we fund through the conditional grant provinces to implement community-related programs. And some of the programs that we ask them to implement is at least a walk during the same month, because it's part of the Tafisa World Day of Walking, that provinces must also do so. And usually they would rotate these walks in various communities within the province and the districts. And their allocation of funding for this is not at the same scale as what we put. For instance, in Bloemfontein, last year it was held in the outdoor sports complex here, and there was about 1,500 participants there. Provinces do choose where these activities are held. And like I say, sometimes they would rotate them in various sites. So in this particular instance, it will depend on the priorities that are set during that year by the province to say we are targeting this particular group, and then they would then organize there. And so when it comes to the issue of the allocation, I'm not aware, Chair, of any province that had a restriction of how much they can spend, but I would want to assume that at times the allocations that we give and the budget that they assign to specific projects will dictate as to how far can the province go, or can a program manager go with regard to preparations. But we don't necessarily set out parameters as to what should be the cost or shouldn't be those particular costs. Thanks.
Thanks, Tebogo. Chair, I just thought I missed just one point which I wanted to add with regard to the 4 officials that are on suspension. I've indicated that the other 2, because of the 60-day provision, they were then placed in entities to continue working there. The other 2, they were not recalled in that same format because the provisions are that if the disciplinary sitting happens within the 60 days, then that particular process becomes becomes legitimate, if I can put it like that. So because their hearing actually took place within those 60 days, that is why it then continues with them still on suspension. I wanted just to add that because I think I forgot to add that element. Thank you, Chair. I'm handing back to you. I'm hoping we addressed all the questions.
There's still 2 issues of Honorable Molatsana. The issue of exceeding the budget. I did not hear anyone come out clearly on that, and also the consideration of, moving it to rural areas.
Tebogo, please come back. I think he did talk to exceeding of the amount, but maybe just expand a bit on that one, Tebogo.
Chair, like I was saying, the main walk takes place in Tshwane, and the budget there is not really to that scale of $1 million as it's been put. It's a bit higher than that, given the number of participants and the technical areas that requires to be put in place for that work to be in place. So, but we would hardly ever exceed that particular allocation because there's a lot of things that we've started cutting. They're just remaining with the essentials that are important for the big work. And like I say, in other instances where you've got provinces that are organizing the big work or the small works in their areas, there it's at the discretion of the provinces as to how that look and shape of that event would look like. And they then determine where these works are going to take place. And like I say, it will depend also on the priorities of the province during that particular period. So we only ensure that in their programming and business plan, they reflect the planning around, they reflect the provision for big work, but we really hardly dictate as to what that should look like. So as to the criteria or where they take place, obviously our conditional grant is meant to deal with matters of redress in particular. and to ensure that opportunities for rural communities are created and that in whatever form or shape this works can be taken there. There are a number of factors that influences as well the site and location of this. One, it's on the type of facilities that are required there. It is on the number of active clubs or hubs in those particular areas, and all those factors somehow determine the location of this particular events. But provinces, honestly, there they choose the location. The only one that we don't compromise is the main one with the large number of people, which is the national one held in Pretoria in Swanet Fountains. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I was struggling here. Honorable Mteto, may I ask permission? Honorable Advocate Sali has indicated that she has other commitments. Is it possible? I hope she will be also listening for responses. Is it fine with you to give an opportunity?
It's okay, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Sali, you may proceed.
Good day all. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Matetwa, for giving me the opportunity. I just want to place it on record. Fridays is the day of Juma. I have placed it on record on the very first meeting that we've had. So unfortunately, I have to respect my religion as well. But that being said, I just want to ask a few questions and just make a few statements. I wanted to know when the department is going to make provision for the funding of students studying sport management and sports science. Currently, the department appears to only fund students who are in arts and culture sector. Surely there has to be a balance on how funding is disposed of in communities. Then I also just want to touch base on the Big Hawk event. I respect the fact that the provinces makes the determination on how they're going to spend the money on this particular Big Hawk. But I just want to place this on record. I attended the event of the Big Hawk in the Western Cape. Nearly $1 million was used to rent a facility at the Western Province Cricket Club. And at this event, it was highly concerning because it's away from transport for basically public transport, which makes this place not very inclusive for our people to actually attend. And on accountability, we also need to play a key role in pointing out this problematic situation where funds are provided for this Big Hawk, but this Big Hawk could actually be way more inclusive, even in provinces. You don't have to focus on one area because our areas are very vast. You could have actually taken that money and spent it wisely on more than one area. So I don't want national just to say, you know what, national spends on the Big Hawk in Pretoria and the provinces has the responsibility of this. Somewhere along the line, we need to speak to each other for the people of this country. Then I also want to know what percentage of the department's total budget is allocated to the ministerial outreach budget. How much does this equate to in rands and how much has been spent thus far? Also further, with regard to development and sport, what specific challenges and constraints led to the non-achievements on 2.1, 2.3, 2.5, and 2.7 as illustrated in Table 2? And what measures has the department proposed to address the underperformance and lack of explanation in reporting future APP cycles? Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you all honourable members for accommodating me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sali, Department Sport, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Sali, for the questions. I would again request that we just take the questions and the responses and alternate amongst ourselves. Mostly is the questions, Tebogo, that you would have to respond to on sport, but I would also ask CFO to come in where percentage of total budget was being asked, unless Tebogo would also deal with that if it is specifically to the ministerial outreach that falls under the conditional grant as I know it. But you would also come in, CFO, if you want. Tebogo will start through you, Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Chair, and once again for the questions. Chair, currently, as a sport department, we don't have a dedicated program of bursaries to fund a sports science, sports human movement sciences, and so forth students, because obviously of issues of lack of funding or minimum budget that the department receives. So this provision we have not yet made. As far as what Advocate Sally is saying in terms of the spreading of this, yes, we have the spreading of the programs to ensure rural participation. As I indicated at the beginning, just 2 months before we adopt or we submit business plans, we have one-on-one meetings with the provinces around the business plans. And this is where we want to ensure an alignment of the deliverables on the conditional grant by provinces. And some of this would include mandatory programs, say, for instance, like Big Walk, where we indicate that each province need to make a provision to stage a big walk, and it needs to have a targeted provision. And on a quarterly basis, the provinces will come and report on what they've done, like in the case of this report that reflects what they did in the previous financial year, specifically in that particular to deliver this mandatory programs and others. You see, we would encourage, in many instances, provinces to ensure rural participation. In certain instances, when we host these programs, when we plan, part of the planning would include mobilization of participants, and mobilization would include, to some extent, transporting various clubs to these areas where this activities are taking place, precisely to ensure that even though the activity might be held in an area that is outside the reachable distance by the participants, but means are made to ensure that they are there. It is not always that we keep them outside. Like I say, sometimes the location of our facilities dictates as well where this activities should take place. And it is not the only program, I must indicate, that would take place there. This may be one of the programs that may be taken at a location that may be suitable for it, but others would largely be closer to where the communities are, including in rural areas. So we make that particular provision. I wanted to check here, Advocate Ali, about our provision of ministerial outreach, but our provision of ministerial outreach would be part of the conditional grant under an allocation we called transversal matters. Transversal matters have about 4% allocation of the conditional grant. Of that 4%, 1% of it is a ministerial outreach allocation that is being provided for provinces. And this specifically seeks to address specific ministers' activities within the province when minister is attending to province, and it's a direct intervention that through the provincial allocation minister may make in certain specific areas of sports and recreation within provinces. So it's just a percentage of that. However, starting 24, this current financial year, 25-26, National Treasury has advised that we should take that provision of ministerial outreach out of the conditional grant, and so that the department directly through office of the minister can then have its own allocation that would be of ministers. The implication of this is that it doesn't mean that we are taking that money out of the grant into minister's office. It means the provision will now be directly into the equitable allocation of the department and ministries in its current provision. Can use that. So provinces are no longer going to be able to assist the minister with the direct intervention through the conditional grant for ministerial programs. So it has changed this current financial year as a result of National Treasury's advice that we need to take it out of the conditional grant and make it a departmental specific responsibility and not within the province. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Chair, through you. On the issue of the financial assistance, both the DM and the Minister, for the current financial year, for the Minister is about 7 million, and for the DM is 5 million, and the next financial year is for the DM is 4 million, and the Minister is 8 million. In terms of percentage, the percentage of that allocation to the entire allocation of the department is 0, because if 1% of 6.1 billion, it will be 60 million. Hence, the allocation, because we are only talking about 12 million for the next financial year, and more or less also 13 million in the current financial year under review. So hence, the percentage impact of that allocation is 0%. Thanks.
Thanks, CFO. Tebogo, I don't think you addressed the question on the targets that were not achieved, measures to address them, etc. Tebogo?
Yeah, yes, ADG. This one is quite a difficult one, but just to simplify it, the targets that were said to not be achieved were as a result of the withholding of funds to 3 provinces. And the funds were withheld because the provinces were non-compliant with the Division of Revenue Act. And implications being that the delivery of the programs by those 3 provinces was not then taken into consideration, and therefore the underperformance in terms of our reaching of those particular targets. And so it had a snowball effect that as a result of whole withholding, it then reduces whatever that we would have planned in that particular quarter. And so the measures that we have put into place are strictly to ensure adherence and compliance to the Division of Revenue Act by all provinces, and working hand in hand with provinces to avoid any future non-compliance behavior. We then have this regular meetings, and each specific program will have a direct communication with the provinces and program-specific meeting about the deliverables that are expected. Where there are challenges, provinces are able to then escalate and indicate to us. Where they have budget pressures, they also are able to say, to request for deviation of funds so that they can concentrate their funding on pressure areas, and through the accounting officer's approval, they can then be augmented in their own internal budget, the movement of funds, so that they can then be able to implement those programs that are not being achieved, that they have a pressure on. The intention here is to ensure two things. One, performance being done as agreed in the business plan, and with that being a compliance with the law as well, because we can't allow that for programs to be implemented at all costs without ensuring that all forms of portfolio of evidence and submission of reports on time and so forth are adhered to. So those are the things that we have intervened on, or we continue to intervene on regular basis with provinces to ensure that we don't compromise our APP and targets, but at the same time, we adhere to the established practices and laws of the Division of Revenue Act. Thanks, ADG.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my point. Oh, sorry, Chair, I was trying to find my pointer to say thank you. Handing back to you.
Okay, I'm now giving over to Honorable Eugene Mtetwa. I have noted you, Honorable Molatane. Honorable Mtetwa, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think the misalignment of provincial the programs of the department in terms of the provincial programs. It finds expression from the misalignment of the names of the departments in different provinces. You have cultural affairs for some departments. Western Cape is cultural affairs, and then you have GP, that is sports, arts, culture, and recreation. And then you go to Eastern Cape, you have sports, recreation. So there's that confusion that is there. It's in the name. But coming to the questions, program number 3, Chairperson. The department speaks of student support. That's 3.3. I want to find out what are the terms of making sure that the national agenda, and which includes the redressal about the previously disadvantaged. We know that universities have always had this biased approach towards white students and those who are coming from advantaged. But the previously disadvantaged are constantly suffering. So I want to know, how is the department making sure that if they give the money to the universities, are the universities able to implement the political agenda? The second one, you have indicated that you are sitting at 74% in terms of your budget spending out of the projected 6.1 billion. And the underspending, which is 335 million, what has happened to it now that we're in the new financial year? What has happened to that 335 million? And then on the third question is 1.1 billion. You said it's set for arts and culture promotion. What examples can you give on the promotion? What forms of support are you giving in terms of the promotion? And one of the projects that I know it's been part of the department for many years, for over 20 years now, Mshito. I don't see Mshito mentioned, and it happened on the 24th of October, 2024. Is it part of the projects that you're talking about in terms of promotion? What has it produced? If it is part of those projects or programs that you're talking about, what has it, in your own way, what has it produced in terms of the rent to the investment, the return for your investment? The fourth one is the current Father Christmas program approach by the minister of giving people money randomly. Where is the allocation coming from? And what is the set budget? And if the set budget, if you happen to reach the set budget, the limit to the set budget, how are you going to deal with another situation of an elderly artist or actor saying in social media that she is sick, she is suffering? What are the contingency bases that you have for that? In terms of employment equity, first and foremost, I don't know. It is a contradiction to me that you have somebody who is an Afrikaner dealing with equity in the department. I don't understand, why would he be compassionate about the national agenda, the redressal that we are talking about? It is not by default that minister and deputy ministers are drawn from political parties or political representatives, because there's a political agenda that we need to drive. Now, I want to find out from Mr. Retief, if he does understand the national agenda, if the employment, what was the reason for the employment equity post 1994? Because it might happen that he doesn't even have the historical background to why did we have to have these particular policies that are looking back and saying women in this country were treated like children before. And therefore, there's a need to push, even if we can push for 100% women. There's nothing wrong with that because we are addressing the past. Now, part of your employment equity, you're talking about white people. Are you considering white people previously disadvantaged? Do you understand the term previously disadvantaged? Because you're only talking about the equity as if it is to to strike a balance of equality between white people and black people. No, it is to address or to redress the imbalances that have been caused by the past. Now, 30 years of democracy hasn't provided that. Are you saying, in your words, would you say that the programs that were initiated post 1994, the policies, have they leveled the playing field? Is it enough for black people to say we have dealt with the issues that black people were subjected to because of apartheid system? Is that what you are saying to us? Or are you just saying the numbers are what defines the equity to you? When in most developmental and growth policies speak of previously disadvantaged, I've asked that question, that do you consider white people in that category of previously disadvantaged? The experiential, in terms of this equity, you talk of skilled people. Post 1994, we said there is also experiential education. I don't see that in your presentation, where you say, for instance, in your department, you have artists, you have actors, you have so many other people that currently are not even within the labor, the labor force, are not regarded as workers. How are you helping them, or how are you drawing from that pool that has no academic qualification but has had experiential education, having maybe 20 years in the industry? How are you dealing with that issue? Are you considerate of experiential education? Your targets, they speak to 56.25 of women, and you've tried to talk about the balance. First and foremost, we know that white women, they took advantage of the affirmative action policy that was not clearly defined as meaning to say it is Black African women that it was referring to mostly. And the white companies and white executives and directors, they decided to bring their white women because there was a gray area that did not explicitly state that it is Black women that needs to be. We know that the people who were challenged before were Black women. White women were not disadvantaged. But in terms of affirmative action, you have had a number of growth in terms of taking, or rather, taking white women and putting them into the management position. So that is tokenism, it's not affirmative action. So I don't know whether this 56% does also consider those dynamics in terms of fee. If you can please clarify if that is considerate of what was happening previously and now having taken advantage of the gray area of affirmative action, what would you still say that you have over exceeded the target in terms of women? especially African women. People with disability, fine. The youth. I don't know whether you're talking about youth, African, Black in particular, youth, or you're just talking about youth in general, because it seems like your equity is short of the understanding of where we're coming from and where the country wants to go to. In terms of the book fair, sector people, additional 35 provincial, racial, gender potential. I don't know, who are these potential? For me, first and foremost, you have 9 provinces. And in this country, we have a tendency of saying, yes, provinces are represented. Yet when you say KZN has got 2 and Limpopo has got 1, I don't know whether that suggests that in Limpopo there's only 1 author. In my understanding, it would have been very fair, because one of the things that we want to deal with, it is the issue of language equality. You have 9 provinces, but you have set the target to 15. That on its own, it's wrong. You're supposed to be saying 9 provinces, therefore 18. We must target for 18, 2 from each province, a woman and a male, a female and a male author, so that we drive this issue of gender equality, drive the issue of equality generally, that everywhere we go, there must be that 50-50 representation that is happening. You can't say that, you can't even explain what criteria that determines that you can take 2 from other provinces and take 1 from other provinces. I disagree with that approach. I think we need to look into a very balanced approach where we are not limited by the budget. Because I don't understand this thing of budgets that are limited when it comes to programs that are tangible, that provides change, that are able to change the lives of the people. And yet you are able to put 20 million on some awards. That doesn't an event that happens one night that doesn't change anybody's life, that just provides a platform for the minister to make a cold speech. I don't understand this approach of the department. That is why I've constantly been asking, what is the rationality in your budgeting? Because you seem to be excited about events. The last one, Chair, I think I want to address the issue of Bloemfontein, because it doesn't make sense. We are the portfolio committee that holds people accountable across the board. Let us exercise that. Let us say, first and foremost, the department was explained to us, how long does it take to prepare for an event? What are the costs involved, especially when it comes to the official that will be going up and down to the meetings in terms of preparing for the event? And when the event goes wrong, who gets held accountable? It must be the official. And I'm sure the official comes back to account to the DDG. The DDG must also explain why certain problems are only discovered at the end. We have situations, the Olympics, there were issues at the Olympics. We are the only country that have issues. Everywhere we go, we have issues, 11th hour. What is this planning that happens, and why I'm sure people are paid even more for traveling around and having meetings outside the offices in other provinces. It's an extra probably money that we need to give detailed budgets for these things, because it's costs, it is wasted, fruitless and wasted expenditure. Where you have a province now that cannot participate, the children who are now disappointed. And the minister also, we must account, because he has min-maxed. He should be having this standing, this annual event as a standing item in their agenda to say how far are your provinces, how far the provinces are ready in terms of this particular annual event. We can't have situations like this, Chair. Lastly, we have a Chair, my heart sinks. I saw in the newspapers that an item around the issue of the elderly women in Limpopo, the only team that plays soccer of the gogos from 50-something years to 80. They're supposed to go to Australia, if I'm not mistaken. They are not funded. And no one is saying anything until the last day. You will see the last day. Maybe the Father Christmas will come again and say, no, I can come. I don't know. Maybe we want to be seen as Father Christmases. We only take money out when it is the extreme urgency. When there's that extreme agencies. I want the department to explain why are they not supporting that team, which is a team of elderly people, the unique team in this country with the Gogos playing soccer, and they now have to go internationally to play, but we are not part of that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Honorable Member Tetwa for the questions. Again, we are going to try and alternate amongst ourselves in responding to the questions, and we'll do our best to make sure we cover every question. Maybe before I hand over to my colleagues, Chief Director HR, I would request that perhaps you prepare to respond to the questions on employment equity. Retief can add, but I'm requesting the Chief Director to come first. I want, before I do that, to try and address the question, Chair, on the student support, that is the National Language Services, National Language Services bursaries. Yes, Honorable Member Mtetwa, we do give universities criteria that they have to adhere to. Currently, we are sitting with about 9 universities or higher education institutions that are currently running or administrating these bursaries. And they sign memorandum of agreements with us, and those are accompanied by criteria that they have to adhere to. Linked as part of those criteria that then go to those universities is the issue of the prioritization. I'm just trying to get the right words. The prioritization of previously marginalized groups. Our universities that are currently in the cycle of administering libraries, administering bursaries, are spread throughout the country. However, Chair, I do need to indicate that these universities are not just chosen by us as a department. They go through a process of applying and submitting motivations and costings and all of that, based on which then those that go 3-year cycle are then identified. In the current cycle, which 25-26 is the second year of the current cycle, we have got the University of Venda with 40 students, University of Free State 26, Nelson Mandela University 30, University of Western Cape 14, University of Witwatersrand 15, Tshwane University 15, University of KZN 17, Stellenbosch University 12, Durban University of Technology 15. So that covers those that are currently recipients of the bursaries that we are reporting on in our presentation or in our third quarter report, total of 187. And they sign those MOAs, and the criteria are very much defined in keeping with the political agenda of this country. I also wanted just to indicate before I hand over to my guys, to the colleagues, that yes, Moshito is one of the recipients of the grant funding that is actually coming through from the department However, currently there is an investigation that was commissioned to which they have to then account to. As a result, the processing of their payment has been put on hold until that investigation has been concluded. Chairperson, on the summer awards, I'm not aware of us paying 20 million for the summer awards. We currently are sitting with 1.8 or 1.5 for 25-26 for the summer awards, which is very much in line with what we support the other awards that we are supporting as a department. The money that goes to those awards is very much the same, but the 20 million being referred to, I am unfortunately not aware of that.
It's Northwest DG, Northwest Department.
Oh, okay. I thought an honorable member was saying it comes from the department. I note, Chair. Can I then just throw in my colleagues to come and answer? First of all, the questions, I'm just going to try and create some order in terms of how we respond. Can we start with the questions on employment? Oh, okay. Maybe on the Father Christmas approach, can I respond to that first before I hand over to the employment equity team?
Before you are responding, Doc, to the Father Christmas Award, I know you have a very small heart for arts and culture. Why is the department not sponsoring people that study sport, but only arts and culture?
Chair, Tebogo did respond to the question, but he will come back then and respond again on the question. I think that question was coming specifically from Honorable Advocate Sally.
The imbalance, yes.
Yes. But sport has got, okay, sorry, Chair, I'm not, you must rule me out of order there. Let me stop there. On the question that comes from Honorable Mtetwa, where he was making reference to the Father Christmas approach. I just wanted to explain that particular activity that we had in December, Honorable Member, where there were legends that were then recipients of those monies which you have made reference to. It is part of the Living Legends program, which includes the Fantuka Af program that the department initiated a year or so ago. And that Fantuka Af program, it has always been the same amounts that were actually going to those people that were honored. The 100,000 Rand over the years, I think the past 2 or 3 years, it has been happening in a format where it's only one person who was being acknowledged at a time. I do have names, it's just that they won't pop up in my head very quickly. I can think of Professor Piti Kantuli, for instance, that comes to mind, and other legends in the space of creative industry. So the amount has been like that over the years. However, towards the end of the third quarter, because the Living Legends program was not moving at all, and perhaps Honorable Member would recall that the Living Legends program had gone through challenges during the times of the late Welcome Msomi, for instance, going into the current Living Legends that took on the executive position led by Dr. Kani. Now, there were challenges that they were experiencing there in terms of transitioning from the phase of the late Welcome Msomi to the phase where they were taking over, which was taking some time in terms of finalization of their programs. So it was felt that let us put the budget that had been put there, which was about 3 million, let us put that budget to good use to benefit more of the living legends than the one person at a time kind of a Fantuka Af approach that we had then had over the years. So that is how that particular December activity that took place, where you then had a number, I think about 22, I stand to be corrected, of those legends that then benefited from that funding. But the where it actually came from, it came from the budget of the Living Legends program, and part of it which incorporated the Fantuka Af program, which has been happening over 2 to 3 years already. Zolega, can you come on? I need to just drink water quickly. Zolega, can you take on the employment equity questions, please? And then we would move back to you, Catherine, on the book fair questions. And then I'll
Thank you so
come back
much.
to Garrett. Thanks, Zolega.
Okay, thank you so much, ADG. Honorable Mtetwa, you posed a question as to whether white people were previously disadvantaged. And from where we are sitting, we will respond by saying that in the South African context, white people were not previously disadvantaged. However, the women, white women, may also have faced some discrimination, and thus at some point they were considered to be disadvantaged as well. You also posed a question about the 56.25% women, wherein my colleague indicated that we have exceeded the norm. It was correct what he had said, because the quota from the DPSA for us as government departments is 50%. We are all expected as government departments to ensure that 50% of the SMS positions in government are occupied by women. And in our department, we're sitting at 56%, and we are taking pride for that because we have indeed exceeded the norm. You also posed a question about youth employment. As my colleague had indicated, that we are required to have 30% youth in our establishments. Then he indicated that we are currently sitting at 25%. You then asked, is it youth in general or is it youth of African origin? Honorable Mtetwa, it is youth in general in the country, because the youth in general in our country are struggling to get employment. It is not looking per se at any grouping. You also spoke about whether we looked at skilled employees or we look at experience versus education. How do we draw a pool when we appoint employees? I will take it from the employment side because I work in HR, but maybe the people who are working in the line function will talk about the artists and stuff like that. Well, from HR, we have a directive from the DBSA that indicates that for entry-level position, we should not look at the skills. Your level 5 positions do not require a skill at all. They apply, we appoint them without a skill, and it becomes our responsibility, therefore, to empower and train them so that they know what they are doing. That is your entry level, level 5, and that is done by all government departments because it is a directive from the DBSA. But as you climb the ladder and you become your assistant director, your deputy director, then there is an expectation that you should be having educational qualifications as well as an experience which is aligned to the work. And also that is prescribed. It doesn't come from the department, because the DPSA will tell you that from this level, this is your entry level management, and therefore you should possess a qualification as well as a skill so that you are able to do the job. So that is what is assisting HR, because we have prescripts in place that from either the Department of Labor, as he has indicated that employment equity is coming from them. So whatever that we implement as government departments, it is prescribed. We are following the rules as they are laid down in HR. Same applies with with appointments. We have policies, procedures, circulars from the DBSA that tell us that this is how you need to go about your business. So I hope and pray that I have considered all the questions that were raised that relates to the employment equity environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Zoleka. CFO, if you can come in with the 74% budget spent question, but I just noted that out of the questions that were also coming from Honorable Mthethwa, there was also a question on the 1.1 billion for promotion and support in the cultural industry. Perhaps, CFO, you can add maybe with the categories, but I wanted just to come in to say that 1.1 billion, honorable member, would cover about 350 million that is from the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. And that's the money that is then allocated, for instance, in this financial year, to 4 different entities: NAC, NFVF, National Heritage Council, and the National Museum, who are the implementers of the of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. So that's incorporated in the 1.1 million. It also incorporates about, my figures obviously can actually be corrected. It incorporates about more than 350 million that goes towards MGE. The MGE includes your MGE open call. It includes the community arts center programs, and also it includes the area where we, as you were mentioning, where we are supporting international and market access through awards and through supporting other such forms of promotion for the artist or a group of artists. It also includes the cultural and creative industry development budget, which would then cover other areas like the capacity building programs, like your incubator programs are included there. The programs that are targeting youth, for instance, the Debut Fund program, the Careers Expos that we do for young people, the participation in Department of Basic Education programs that are targeting young people, for instance, the estate forts and the like. So I'm just giving some of the examples. What we do now, as directed by yourself as the committee, is in terms of how this money, how this particular budget allocation per project is, in our view or evaluation, deriving impact. We write against each and every one of those. Honorable member would see in the submission that we did for this presentation, for instance, that Word document that I was making reference to has got a detail that talks to each and every one of those programs where we speak to issues of value for money as one of the examples. I'm making reference to the 25-pager that came as an attachment to the presentation that we did earlier on. I just wanted to cover that and perhaps just ask Catherine to then come in terms of the buffet questions, please.
Thank you very much, ADG. Yes, the issue of budget, it's the greatest obstacle for us. But on the issue of covering the different race groups, we've also tried our best we do take cognizance of that. And we tried our best to make sure that we do spread accordingly. Hence, we have 8 race groups represented on the delegation. And on the issue of gender, we've also tried to make sure that we really take note of that and ensure a spread accordingly. We've got 7 women and 8 males, hence as we've 15 total number of authors, but we take note of the comments and that we received from the honorable member. Thank you very much, Edith.
Thanks, Catherine. I just want to add, Honorable Member Mthethwa, to what Catherine is saying, to say, in terms of our planning, as the year 24-25 commenced, we had one book fair that we had put as part of our plans, where we had received an invitation, even though we were not a guest country this time around, which was the Venezuela Book Fair. I think Catherine did just mention it as she was making the Cuba Book Fair presentation. So that's the one we had, in terms of budget, we had accommodated. However, when we got this invitation from Cuba to bring authors to come and participate in February, because that one was not in the reporting period we are talking about, it was in February. We didn't want it to be a missed opportunity because of the very reasons that you are citing, because it creates platforms for authors to form networks and be able to grow their businesses. So we had to then go back to our budget and look at how we can prioritize in the areas where delivery has not happened, or taking into account any other reasons that are taken into account when you prioritize, so that we can then be able to send these 15 authors. The invitation came to us the end of the year, but we didn't want it to be a missed opportunity, and hence the participation of 15 that we were then able to accommodate. But as Catherine says, yes, we do take note, and we agree with you that these platforms are very important. CFO to the 74%, please. And then it will be the last part of the questions, I believe. Or perhaps, CFO, as you come in, let me also deal with the question from Honorable Member, where he was asking, how do you deal with someone else who comes seeking for help, be it maybe a sick, creative, etc. That is why earlier on CFO was talking about an allocation that is categorized as financial assistance, because in terms of our funding policy, that is the one where provision is being made for any emergency or strategic interventions that either minister or the deputy minister can identify, be approached, etc. So that provision that CFO was talking about, he mentioned the specific amounts, is specifically to enable the minister or the deputy minister to intervene when instances like the one you are citing come about. CFO.
No, thanks very much, Chair, through the Chair. Yes, we spend about 74%, but like I said on the executive summary, the target of National Treasury, it is 75%, so we then have about 1% under expenditure. And when you look at it, part of that under expenditure was caused mainly by the item of transfer payment, because in the third quarter, for in case under your conditional grant framework, there were 3 provinces that didn't comply to the grant framework. And if they don't comply, then you must then withhold, and that money was withheld, of course, with the treasury process, which first you have to get an approval of the new payment schedules, and hence that 15 million of an under expenditure. Some of the items, your leave gratuity, but coming to the end of the financial year, we did able to spend 99.9% of the budget. And maybe also just to note, we also did reprioritize because of a new things that came forward. One of maybe also even Sarabatman is part of the reason why we underspend, because that there was a budget for Sarabatman that was supposed to be spent in the financial under review. And because of that project put on hold, the service provider not vacating the site, also cause that under-expenditure. But we then have to do what we call budget reprioritization, because at the end of the day, that money is still needed. We have a shortfall in the current budget, and then we reprioritize that budget to other service delivery items that we need to take. I think ADG already answered the issue of the sector 1.1 billion. Like you were saying that the MG is 350 and PSP is 350. So the rise is actually not the money that straight because within that allocation, you are also including salaries for the employees and including money that go to entities within the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Chairperson, through you, we will then take the next bundle of questions on sport. Teboho, the Bloemfontein issue, the team of the elderly who play soccer, and then Chairperson came back with an emphasis on the issue of provision of support through bursaries in the sports sector. If you can then address those as the last batch of questions. Thank you. Chair, then
No, thanks, ADG. Maybe let me contextualize the issue of Bloemfontein in this way, that generally previously we would as national department be leading, and we're still leading though, the organization of the games where provinces would contribute directly to the plans without having individual separate plans. But this year, we have, as a result of the provincial request, decentralized that each province makes their own arrangement. And I must indicate that this challenge of accommodation and the state of readiness of preparations was shared with MINMEC last week, Friday. And the challenge around accommodation was highlighted to MECs then, that we seem to be having a challenge of accommodation. And parallel to that, the team, the LOC, was also meeting and following up with provinces to see how far are they with regard to procurement of accommodation and which accommodation establishments, for how many learners are they going to be procuring accommodation. I must indicate that even by then, Limpopo had not confirmed because they were still in the process of procurement. And as I indicated that their service provider was only appointed last week, which then meant that they only started last week to start looking at accommodation in Bloemfontein. Safe to say that there has been a split of the team of Limpopo in various accommodation establishments, even to this morning. And there's dissatisfaction about other establishment that they might have received. But obviously that is as a result of getting whatever that is available at the present moment to ensure the rest of the learners that after competing that they are able to adequately rest and can be provided with the bills. Obviously, we will have to reflect post this as to how did all go and what then can we improve upon. The only disadvantage that may happen if we were to send the team of Limpopo away would be the loss that the learners would suffer as a result of this administrative hiccups. And I think those are the things that we might need to improve upon, because even with establishments, sometimes orders do not serve if they are not able to receive cash in advance. So we're competing against the system as well that makes certain things possible. In other instances, they don't make them possible. Yes, teams have been in virtual meetings, others have had to travel to come and inspect. And I must say, they had committed in advance in other instances, but until such time that all orders and commitments in writing are given to the establishment, no establishment is going to commit any of the establishment just based on the verbal agreement, and that I think that's what might have happened to the team of Limpopo. and in the case of Bloemfontein. So we do know in advance where are the games going to take place, but what also limits the confirmation of the numbers, it's the qualification periods of these learners, because you don't take learners because you want to take 100 learners. You want to take learners that have qualified and met the qualifying standards. That period would usually be completed sometime mid-March. And I think sometimes it's what complicates some of these procurement issues that are there. Athletics starts in January. It's an autumn sport. They start in January and compete from local to district to provinces. So that particular element is the one that sometimes limits this early confirmations in terms of the accommodations. On the issue of the elderly that are competing, the Department of Social Development is a lead department in terms of staging the Golden Games. We do provide support, as we did this year when they were in Rustenburg at the Nationals. And what we do there is to assist them to procure with the logistical arrangements, with the booking of the venues, with provision of equipment and attire, and the provision of meals in terms of the participants. But the lead program, the lead department by its nature, is a recreational program led by the Department of Social Development. And at times when they do have such programs, they would write to us directly, like they did when we requested for support to Rustenburg, to indicate that. To date, I must indicate, Honorable Member, that we have not received any such request coming from the Department of Social Development about the participation in international events. What we do when we have international participants, we focus more on high performance, and usually that is led by the federations. And when things of this nature come, unless they are led obviously by the Department of Social Development, will not know where they will come from, because the federation itself, if it's football, SAFA would not have written to us indicating that they've got the elderly that are going abroad. So I think that part, we will then wait and see if there's going to be any correspondence. And the issue of the bursaries, Chair, I must just indicate that even before the merger, the Department of Sport never had the bursary program. And so when we merged, we had already the Arts and Culture department at the time that already had the bursary program that just continued. So as one department, and given the mandates that we have and with the budget that we have, we are not really in a space to have a budget allocated for sports bursaries, because we've got a minimal budget for us to be able to provide for sports bursaries. But I think with an increased budget and other prioritization, it's something that perhaps in the future we might have to reconsider and look at to see how we can assist there. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Yeah, I just want to come.
Chair, through you, Chair.
Okay,
with
go
your
on,
indulgence, please, Chair. I had asked a direct question to the gentleman who presented, is it Retief, who presented equity employment deliberately. I don't know why DG decided to give it to a black person to answer that question, because I wanted to find out his understanding of this that makes us to be so agitated by that particular advert that said white, coloreds, and Indians, with the exclusion of black people. So can he answer that question only? His understanding of the necessity of the equitable employment post-1994, the understanding of the previously disadvantaged, and finally, does he consider white people previously disadvantaged? I just want him to respond to that. I will appreciate. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Retief.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was waiting to respond. Firstly, the Honourable Mthethwa asked whether it is appropriate for Afrikaner, white Afrikaner, to deal with equity issues, and I don't see any problem with that. I don't know what the issue is. So yeah, I really don't know. My understanding of employment equity, I've tried to explain the whole morning that yes, there's an Equity Act that need to be implemented. It makes provision for addressing discrimination and disadvantaged groups pre-94. I think we're 31 years down the line, and what we are saying now in the preamble to that very act, it is talking about equity or fair distribution of jobs to all populations in the country. The specific wording, I haven't got it now, but it actually just says that the preamble is saying that achieve a diverse workforce broadly representative of our people. Having said that, at the moment in this department, 81% of our workforce is African black. 81%. So the other three races are sharing 19%. So I don't know. For me, that is reasonably straightforward. It's a fair representation of the population. I am not saying that we have achieved what we're supposed to, and I'm not saying we have achieved what the Act set out for us to achieve. What I did indicate also is that on that specific level, the two positions, we had an overrepresentation of Africans and white women, and therefore they were excluded as the preference group. And I made the point a number of times, nobody is excluded. We are trying to entice people to apply. It's not always working. I was talking to the HR administration people earlier in this week, asking them whether it is really working, because if your name is not in a hat, it can't be drawn. So if we don't get applications from colored people and Indians and even whites for that matter, there's no way that they can even be shortlisted. That's all we're trying to do. We are not saying up front, we're going to fill this post with this race or this gender or somebody with a disability or not. The long and the short of it, yes, Honorable Mthethwa, I wasn't in a struggle. I don't understand maybe as deep and as thorough as that you're understanding. But I do have an understanding of the Employment Equity and the Employment Equity Act and what we are trying to achieve through that. And it is not reverse discrimination. We also don't want to go back to apartheid. So by all fairness, I think that is the bottom line. The other issue is I'm also not on a day-to-day responsible for equity. I made the point right at the beginning in my presentation. I'm chairing the Employment Equity and the Skills Development Committee. There's a person who does the analysis on a month-to-month basis, and the Employment Equity and Skills Development Committee is oversight on human resource development and equity issues. So it's not my prerogative to impose anything on anybody. I'm just chairing that meeting. And lastly, I'm also just chairing that meeting due to a vacancy in the department. The employment equity responsibility, as a matter of fact, in the establishment report to the director who's responsible for employee health, wellness, and employee relations. That post, unfortunately, at the moment is vacant. There's also an acting person in that position. I hope that is clarified for the Honourable Mthethwa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leroux. We have our last speaker is Honorable Molitsani, but before she go, I don't want to prolong this meeting because we were scheduled to to finish much earlier. But I want the Department, Sports, Arts and Culture to really take note of the comments made by honorable members pertaining to the one-day event. With particular reference to the one in Pretoria, we have, I think, as reported previously, almost spent 9 to 10 million rand on that particular event. And the concern is what are the returns on this particular investment? You know, what is the long-term impact? What do we want out of this? And do we find ourselves where we can measure that people adopting better best practices? And if we measure it, how do we measure the effectiveness of this particular initiative? Simply, you know, by giving out medals or fruit baskets, and I don't think that's enough. And I don't think that will make a one-day event will make the change in the people's lives. So we have to ensure that we are busy with efforts that is in actual fact sustainable, and also improve the health situation in our country, the health situation of our athletes and society. So giving out there, just giving a healthy snack, and you know, and people go back consume and unhealthy foods. I almost wanted to say go back and swallow a loaf of bread or potato, but what we are saying, we are concerned. We need to see to what extent we can revisit this. Honorable Moletsane, I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask your last. I am aware that there are other members and even members of DSEC, the DJ, as we speak. She is currently on her way, or rather in Home Affairs, dealing with other matters. So, Honorable Moletsane, the floor is yours. Then I'm going to give DSEC also an opportunity. After Honorable Moletsane respond by DSEC, then I will give an opportunity to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, let me go back to the issue, the big walk, where the DG cannot remember when we talked about the 1 million that can be used for that big work. The last time, the first meeting that we have with the board of Boxing South Africa, we had that meeting at the Taj Hotel. I don't remember the date, but I remember it was the day when we had the meeting with the board, the then board of Boxing South Africa. The minister was part of the meeting as well as the DG. We raised that issue in that meeting. We can even go back to the minutes that this big work budget, it mustn't be more than 1 million. We even encourage them if it can be cut further because the budget it's tight. So today they don't remember, it's fine, Chair. Secondly, Chair, the issue of equity employment. It's a thorny issue, Chair. A very thorny issue, Mr. Retief. Let me put it to you. It's a very thorny issue, and we won't stop discussing that issue of the employment equity. And I'm just asking myself from the response that we got regarding this, that employment and labor, did they specifically said preference must be given to certain ethnic group, if that's the case? Because when we talk about this issue, you'll be told about the employment and labor has said. It didn't said anything about that the employment must be given to a certain ethnic group. And Chairperson, also on this issue, I'm going to write to the Speaker of the Parliament. I am going to write to the Speaker of the Parliament. I raised this issue for the first time. We were in a meeting after I saw it on a newspaper. I've raised it to the minister. We didn't get a convincing answer. And we thought it's going to stop on that day. Unfortunately, it came back again. The second adverts came again with the same preferential issue. It can't be right, Chairperson. And till today, no one has given us a convincing answer. And I can see it from where it is that it's not going to end there. It's still going to continue. Chairperson. Lastly, Chair, I'm not sure if the DG, she's still here. When I was raising the issue of officials who were suspended and who are now being taken to a certain department, which she confirmed. And Chair, I'm starting to get angry with this department because some of the issues, they are being put under the carpet. There's an interim report, Chairperson. There's an interim report that was done in December by investigator regarding the same officials who were suspended. As the portfolio committee members, because without us, members of parliament, this portfolio committee cannot function a chairperson. Can we be given that report? It can't be right that every time when you talk about the report, we'll be given an excuses. Every time when you talk about the report, we'll be given an excuses. Can we be given that interim report that was done in December by investigator regarding these officials who were suspended? Can the department stop hiding behind not bushes, behind flowers, because we can be able to see them, to give us what we want as the members of this subcommittee or of this portfolio committee? Without us, this portfolio committee, it's not going to function. It's us who make this portfolio committee to function. It's us whom they're supposed to account to, not the other way around, Chairperson. Can we be taken serious as the members of the portfolio committee, as the members of parliament, to be given information that you're supposed to get? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Molatani. I saw the hand of the CF. Oh, I'm not too sure whether Dr. Kumalo is still with him or what is the situation, but CFO, you may respond.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Just to answer on the issue of Big Walk, indeed, this issue was discussed previously, and then we did agree that a one-day event, especially from the equitable share of the department, where we spend a lot of money on it, and then we did agree that indeed one day may not make a lot of difference given the amount that we are spending. And hence the big work from the side of the department, equitable share, not from the grant side. In the coming financial year, Chair, that budget of 20 million has been reduced now to about 5 to 10 million, just that I don't have actual figures with me. So the next financial year, Chair, actually one of the resolution on the big work was that actually that event, it must be done actually through a private sponsor because given the economical situation of the country also, we can't be seen as spending that kind of money. Thank you, Chair.
So much, that was really valuable. If Dr. Kumalo is still on, any responses or closing remarks before we close?
Chair, Retief, may I please just respond to the question of the Honorable
Please,
Molotane? Okay.
please proceed, Mr. Leroux.
Thank you. Honorable Molotane specifically asked whether there's an indication from DEAL with regard to specific race or designated groups. So I'm just going to refer to the 24th Commission of Employment Equity Annual Report 23-24, paragraph 6, which talks about demographics of the national and regional and provincial economically active population, or EAP. And it reads as follows. This section of the report covers the national and regional provincial demographics of the EAP, which is contained in the quarterly labor force survey conducted and published by Stats SA. The EAP includes persons between the ages of 15 to 64 years who are either employed or unemployed but seeking employment. The EAP is used as a benchmark to assist employers in the analysis of their workforce to determine the degree of under or over-representation of the designated groups in the workforce. It also guides employers in the setting of numerical goals and targets for the achievement of an equitable and representative workforce. So I think in short, that is the answer. Yes, the EAP, which is issued on a quarterly basis by the Department of Employment and Labour, provide this statistics for employers to determine targets within their departments, and it's also for private sector, so it's also in organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leroux. The
Chairperson.
question being, you are here. Thanks. Proceed, TG.
Yes, apology, Chair. I can't put up my hand. As I said to you, I'm now going into this meeting. When last Honorable Moletsane asked about a forensic investigation, she said the report was handed over to Minister, which is why our response was actually saying then Minister needs to be engaged on that report. However, the issue of the suspended officials, their names are not there. Last time the member said their names are mentioned there. If the honorable member is talking about that report, the names of these officials is not there, and their reasons for suspension has got nothing to do with the report that is sitting with Minister. So there is nothing we are running away from in as far as that is concerned. But the information that the honorable member has been given is not correct, and that's what we are trying to correct. The suspensions related to these 4 individuals has got nothing to do with there's no interim report pertaining to social cohesion advocates. There is no interim report pertaining to the table tennis equipment that was donated. So I don't know where the information would be coming from. It's incorrect, and that is what we are saying. However, if the members would like to see a report that is with the minister, we did say that should be engaged directly with the minister, but it's got nothing to do with the individuals that are suspended, and it's not related, Chairperson, and I've explained this before, it's not related to the matters of which they are suspended now, and there is no interim report pertaining to those 2 matters that are to do with their suspensions. Thank you, Chair. I do not have any further comments, Chairperson, related to the matters. We have noted everything else that the members have advised us on, and we will do our best to look at how we deal with those particular matters and incorporate the improvements that the members have suggested. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable Moletsane, you want a second bite at the cherry? Or was that a legacy hand?
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, Chairperson. Doctor has already talked about the report that is sitting on top of Minister's table, and I've passed that report, Chairperson. I've passed that report earlier in the morning on my first deliberations. The report that I'm talking about, Chairperson, it's the investigation that happened, that followed the suspension of the present or of this official. That's the report I'm talking about. The report that led to the suspension of the these officials. That's the report that I'm talking about. I'm no longer talking about that forensic report, Chair. I've passed it in the morning. I'm talking about the report that happened prior to the suspension of this official. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Want to respond?
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated, there is no report. We don't do suspensions because you have reports. Because when you already have reports, there's no reason then to suspend, because you launch directly into a disciplinary action if at all that is what the report recommends. So there is no report. The reason why suspension has been instituted is because there is an investigation, and I've already indicated we are projecting conclusion of the investigation by the 11th in terms of the delivery date given to us. Once we receive the report, based on what comes out of the report, then the department will take the matter forward, be it disciplinary hearing or whatever other action is being recommended based on that. So I'm not aware, Chairperson, of a report on social cohesion advocates. I'm aware of allegations. I'm aware of complaints that different people submitted to Minister, and that is why Minister wanted the colleagues to respond, which they did, and a decision on suspension, and I've explained this already. I'm not aware of a report on table tennis, Chair. It is being subjected to an investigation, because otherwise we would not have suspended officials if already there was an investigation. All I'm aware of are submissions that were done by different people regarding table tennis, complaints that the Chinese had tabled with the minister, and based on this, the minister felt that there needed to be a comprehensive investigation to determine whether there was anything amiss that was done by any officials of the department. Hence, they are on suspension. Because the reasons for suspension, you can't suspend a person when you already have a report with you. So there is no report, Chair, that I'm aware of. Allegations and write-ups is all I'm aware of. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable members, if there is no other issues that we want to raise with particular reference to this meeting, I am going to close this section, but I would also advise if members have additional questions on this pertaining report that has been done today by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, please feel free to do so. I would also indicate that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, if they would like to, they may leave the meeting, but the honorable members, I would invite you to stay behind because we have to adopt our program for the second term. Thank you so much to the members of TSEC and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Chairperson. You too. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Can we get indication from Jabu before we are dealing with the approval of, or rather adopt the program, whether we are a full contingent? It is really for me a matter that I feel we have to conclude and deal with today. If not, and if we're not a quorum, we have to do it sometime next week, unless we are in a position to contact a member to join to deal with this issue. Any views, PC Secretary? Do we have a quorum?
Chairperson, we need a member, one more member to form a quorum, Chair.
Honorable members, what is your view? I would really love us to submit this to the Chair of Chairs. We have a week left. Actually, next week is Constituency Week. Honorable Mtetwa, please proceed. Unmute.
Chair, I think we can continue just to discuss briefly whilst the Secretariat is looking for one member in terms of the adoption. My submission is that, this matter has been pending for too long, and to some of us is causing damage psychologically, because this continuously bombarding of emails to us and constantly being subjected to even abuse, verbal abuse by the chairperson or the president of SARA. It's causing so much pain to us. I would suggest that this matter be moved up further to be prioritized so that we deal with it once and for all. If we can just give few days for him to submit the documents so that we don't prolong it, and in the process we end up with a situation where people are maneuvering to get information that doesn't exist. That's my plea only to this portfolio committee, having been subjected to these type of abuses from last year. So I'm requesting that.
Honorable
Thanks.
Khabo, in the meantime, please indicate to us, PC Secretary, if you got hold of a member. Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Thanks. Once more again, my apology. I've been traveling, and in the process, there's been some network glitches, and as a result, I've been unable to participate as expected in the meeting. But with that being said, Chairperson, earlier on I made mention of SARA as a matter that requires our immediate attention as a committee, and I would therefore move on the proposal that out of everything that we are going to prioritize, we must equally prioritize SARA. There's no problem of us adopting the program. One of the proposals that I wanted to submit was that if we are unable to get one member, we can convene a special portfolio committee meeting even later at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, just to specifically adopt the program of action. But I still want to emphasize what I've said earlier on. In fact, Chairperson, I stand by my words, what I've said earlier on in relation to some of the recommendations of proposals that I've placed forward for the committee to consider as a matter of, or as issues that we need to consider as a portfolio committee in the second term, Chairperson. With that being said, Chair, I follow the proposal that we must prioritize SARA in the second term. But secondly, I propose that if we're unable to get a member, we must convene a special meeting later just to deal with the adoption of the program of the second term. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not sure how are those issues that I've raised earlier on going to be filtered into the program of action. But with that being said, I still stand by my words that SARA must be prioritized, but in between equally, we need to find a way of having a joint meeting between the Department of Basic Education and cooperative governance as a way of dealing with infrastructure development of sports. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabo. Can I assure members that in terms of the meetings, today is the last meeting for the first term. The second term meeting, in terms of our scheduled or adoption of the program, SARA is definitely slaughtered. Now, here's the problem. I think we are the only ones, perhaps, I guess we are the only ones who are having a meeting now. And the PC Secretary have to apply now through the chair of chairs for a special meeting, which must be approved with reasons, and that will take time as well. That's why I would request that we deal with adoption now. Everyone, Saru, Safa, Sarah, the museum, every contentious issue or entity, even I think netball, all of them are slaughtered. So everything is fixed. If we can just get a member, can the PC secretary confirm whether we are now a quorum or not? Unless members must also try and call some of our colleagues.
Not yet, Chair. We're still trying with the other members. Can you give us 5 minutes, Chair?
Okay, can we have a 5 minutes adjournment? Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, Chair.
Honorable Mahato, you had me running back.
Yes, I just want to let me know or myself, I'm not part of the minutes, so you must not count me.
I think the PC secretary is aware of that. Thank you.
Okay.
Honorable members, I have been informed that we are a quorum. If the PC secretary can just flight the program again, so that we can officially just get a proposal and a seconder to adopt the program and adjourn this meeting.
Chair.
Proceed, honorable member.
I just want to find out whether after we have adopted the proposed program, where we can juggle with certain items in the program, swap them, are we able to do so?
Yes, but that will be with permission. But for us, the principle now, if we can get it in, but if we look at the program, the fact that we have to engage and see the department again for their reports, we can juggle with it if the PC secretary can just confirm that to us, and if there's a wish list. But I don't want to open it, Honorable Mtetwa. Just now, everyone is gonna ask for their preferences to be prioritized. But let us know what is your view.
I want to propose the adoption of the program with an understanding that where it necessitates us to juggle with, not because I feel like, but where it necessitates, we can be able to do so. Then I'm happy to propose the adoption of the program.
Cool.
As it is. Thanks.
Cool. Can we confirm, is that in order, PC Secretary?
Yes, Chair, that's in order, but we need to ensure that we stick within the first part. Yeah, the first ones up until we get to the budget votes.
Yes,
because
agreed.
we need to do that after that the committee can. But anyway,
Yes.
Chair, we go with the
Thank you so much. We do have a proposal from Honorable Mtetwa to proceed and adopt the program. Can we have a seconder?
I will second, Chair. It's Advocate Sali.
I will second, Chair. Honorable Molotani.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Honorable members, that bring us then to the closing of this particular meeting. Again, I would like to thank everyone for your contribution pertaining to this meeting and for what you are doing for this country, with particularly the sports fraternity. I thank you, and this meeting is declared adjourned. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Have a nice
Bye-bye.
weekend.
Thank you for
You make me shy, Kialibucha.
Ons is dankbaar, voorzitter.
Kialibucha, tlagubona ka laboraro.
I had another term. Yes, we are on leave. Yeah, I had another term.
Yeah, we're on leave. Bye-bye. Enjoy.
All right.